The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. World-class ladies are leaving it all on the board at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. International master and silent assassin Alina Kashlinskaya can no longer hide in the shadows after taking down her second former world champion to vault into clear second. The first place face-off did not disappoint, with veteran Humpy Koneru defeating her compatriot to emerge as the sole leader. A single name sits atop the standings, but challengers are in hot pursuit. Day 7 of fantastic chess, coming up next.
It is round 7 of the Cairns Cup. I've been struggling with the T-Rex, fighting over who is king. Guess what? I lost. Back to the studio.
We now have a clear leader. With only 3 rounds remaining, every game is important. Live coverage of the Cairns Cup round 7 from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I am women grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I am joined by international masters Almira Skripchenko and Paikidze. Ladies, day 7, I can't believe we are already here.
I know, time flies and only 3 rounds to go.
Well, hello ladies, what a pleasure to be in your company once again. Hello everyone and thank you so much for joining us. The wait is over and I hope that you're buzzing with excitement. This round promises fireworks. Carissa, American superstar, is facing the tournament leader, and it is such a golden opportunity for her to shake up the standings and to make a statement. Meanwhile, a hungry pack of contenders is patiently waiting and hoping for their moment to shine. Katerina, what are the standings?
Let's take a look at the standings after round 6. Yes, Humpy Koneru won an important game yesterday against Harika Dronavalli, and she's clear leader with 4.5 points. But closely behind her is Alina Kashlinskaya, who also scored an important win yesterday with 4 points, and then a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. Harika Dronavalli, Carissa and Alice Lee with 3.5 points. Now let's talk about the format. We play 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in the field. And the games are in classical chess. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed in any of these games. And traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss.
And let's have a look at the playoff scenario. If 2 players tied for first, we will have a 2-game rapid match with a time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. If the players are still tied, they will play up to 3 blitz matches with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds to determine the winner. If they're still tied, okay, players and arbiters will consult to resolve by other means.
I'm really curious what that means.
But what will happen if 3 players are tied? We will have a slightly different format, Katerina.
And let's talk about the schedule today. Tuesday, June 17, we have round 7, then only 2 more rounds to go. And if there is not a clear winner after round 9, we will see playoffs on Friday, June the 20th. Now, Nazi, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Katerina. Well, I'm going to talk more about our tournament leader. We have a new sole leader, Humpy Koneru. She took down her countrymate Harika Dronavalli yesterday in a very important match, and this is the first time that Alice Lee is not one of the co-leaders. Let's see how Humpy Koneru got here, her line score. She started with a win and had 2 very solid draws, and won again, another draw and a big win yesterday. She's only one of the 2 players who are undefeated in this event. Let's take a look at her road ahead. She's facing Carissa today. Carissa's on a roll. She won 2 games in a row, And we know she's a very aggressive player. She has the white pieces today. She'll be playing for a win. Key matchup today. After that, Humpy's facing Nino and Mariya in the last 2 rounds. And while these two ladies are extremely strong grandmasters in this event, they're not having the best tournament. Let's take a look at the decisive games so far. Well, we started with 5 out of 5 in round 1. Then it slowed down a little bit. In round 4, we had 3 decisive games. That was great. Then right before the rest day, we only had 1. The ladies were tired. But in round 6, they came back with all the energy and gave us 5 decisive games. So total 17 out of 30. That's amazing.
I hope the ladies continue in this. I loved yesterday's games.
I agree with you, Katerina. And now to hear more insights, we welcome our newest member, Women's Grandmaster Thalia Cervantes. Over to you.
Hi ladies, I am super excited to be joining you here today, and we're going to be talking about the 2 key matchups for round 7 of the Cairns Cup. The first one being Alice Lee with the white pieces against Alina Kashlinskaya, and this game is extremely important for both players. Alina is in 2nd place, trailing behind Humpy Koneru, while Alice Lee is hoping to recover after a tough loss from yesterday. She's still in contention, tied for 3rd place, and we're hoping to have a very strong battle in this game. Our other key matchup is Carissa playing with the white pieces against the leader, Humpy Koneru. Both players are coming off of a very strong win. Carissa taking down Tan Zhongyi yesterday, while Humpy Koneru defeated Harika Dronavalli. We're hoping to see a lot of excitement in all of the games. I can't wait for them to start. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Thalia. It's great to have you on board. And we are going to take a look at the pairings for round 7. So the first match, Carissa challenging the leader of the event so far, Humpy Koneru. But as we said, Carissa has 2 back-to-back wins, so she wants to continue on that road. Nino Batsiashvili against Tan Zhongyi. These 2 players are struggling, but again, they will fight to try to finish the tournament strong. Alice Lee against Alina Kashlinskaya, another key matchup, as was mentioned. Harika Dronavalli will challenge the crazily aggressive Bibisara Assaubayeva, and I'm curious what will happen in this game, as Harika is coming from a loss. And Mariya Muzychuk playing Nana Dzagnidze.
Katerina, stakes are rising, so we're getting closer to the money.
Yes, and the total prize fund of $250,000. Players know a lot of is at stakes. First place winning $60,000, second place $50,000, third place $40,000, all the way to the 10th place, $7,000. So you see every place makes a big difference. And if there is a clear winner after 9 rounds, there is a winner's bonus, $5,000.
This is such an impressive prize fund. Looks like a prize fund for a poker event, and here we are. The conditions for women professional players are improving every year. Thank
you to St. Louis Chess Club for this event and for supporting women's chess. And now we see in the World Chess Hall of Fame, players are taking seat. Only, how many? 5 of them missing, so half of the field is there.
Katerina, normally during the teams events, you know, if half of the team is present, you can start.
And Humpy Koneru is deep in concentration. She knows this game is very important.
All players have to be screened before the beginning of the round, of course. The fair play rules are present in every event. On your screen, you have Nino Batsiashvili facing the former world champion, Tan Zhongyi. She's fully focused as well. We talked to her after breakfast, and she was very disappointed with her result, but she was in good spirits. And I'm looking forward to this game with the white pieces.
And here we see Mariya Muzychuk against Nana Dzagnidze. Nana has a smile on her face. She swindled yesterday Nino Batsiashvili with a win. And today she wants to continue that.
Katerina, are you more happy with a swindle or like a game which you won in a positional style where you outplayed your opponent?
I think right now I really like to play positional chess, so I would more appreciate positional win, where you just push and then you win against the opponent. But when I was younger, I loved to swindle. I loved tactics.
Win is a win. I like it both ways.
So better lucky than good?
Yes.
Harika Dronavalli just came to the playing hall. You have our photographer, Leonard Otis, present in the playing hall.
The only players are missing are the 2 Americans, but as I said, Alice Lee is entering the playing hall and shaking hands with Alina Kashlinskaya.
Lee and Alina Kashlinskaya are there. And it's such a beautiful ritual that Lee and Carissa, they have every time that they're in St. Louis, they go for an ice cream.
Yep. Very good ice cream.
It's more important the theoretical preparation, Katerina.
I think Carissa is sitting as well. So yes, all players are in the playing hall. And yes, so the arbiter is just talking about Katie and Eddie Williams, who are the bell ringers for today. And there will be also our guests in the studio. And the round has started.
Eddie and Katie Williams, who are co-chairs of the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala.
Beautiful event.
Yes, we will be able to ask them a few questions, but this is our key matchup. Carissa made her first move e4 and left the board. I've studied their games, Katerina. Humpy plays e5, that was expected, and I'm thinking, will Carissa go for some strange opening in this game, some d4?
So Carissa plays several options here. She goes sometimes the bishop opening with bishop c4. Sometimes she goes to regular Italian.
Let us bring the board to you for the moment. Okay, she goes for
so
a
knight
more
f3 on the board.
Classical approach. She can also play the Scotch opening. I had a look at her repertoire, and she is very well prepared. She has a very wide opening repertoire, so she can surprise her opponents.
So what are we expecting here? Knight c6. No Ruy Lopez.
No, she was playing Ruy Lopez very often recently, so I think that that is what to be expected. But for the moment, why do we have the game?
So let's get the game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru.
Let's bring it on the board. Okay, we have our analysis board, but for the moment, yes, we have.
So we have Ruy Lopez in the game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru.
So I think that Humpy will play e6. Okay, it happened because I played against Humpy Koneru during the World Rapid Championships.
We still don't have the correct board. Okay.
Yes, okay, we need to correct this. And she played the e6.
So Ruy Lopez, somewhat unexpected, at least from my point of view. What do you think, Almira?
For me, it was an opening which I was expecting because Carissa is playing it more and more often. And so now I'm expecting Humpy to play knight f6. And this is where we are going maybe to have a surprise from Carissa.
Okay, knight f6 on the board.
Because I played this opening against Humpy, so I played d3 here, just in case to avoid Berlin or all other lines. But Carissa
is castling.
Yes, that's the most principled move here. So we will expect knight e4 or bishop c5 or a more classical approach. Let's wait and see.
Maybe just bishop e7.
So castle, bishop b7, rook e1, b5, or bishop c5. Who knows? There are a lot of different and very interesting options here.
Humpy Koneru is considering her options. She's not playing immediately. So she's thinking maybe what is the move that Carissa is thinking that I'm going to play, and then whether I want to play it or go with a different route.
You're absolutely right. But she's playing with the black pieces, so her opening strategy should be very solid, so she's fine with the draw. While Carissa wants to win this game, and that's illustrated on your boards right now. Humpy is going for the Berlin defense, and we know how difficult it is to break this defense and to play against it. But maybe Carissa will go for a more symmetrical line in this opening. We will see. So Humpy just faced the standard move rook e1.
Attacking the knight, then maybe wanting to capture this pawn.
So I'm just waiting for the reply, which will define the whole game here.
But I think Nazi is ready to show us something, so let's switch to Nazi.
Yeah, I can update you on a different game. I was watching Nino's game against Tan Zhongyi. It's already a very sharp opening. So it started as the Queen's Gambit exchange variation. Queen's Gambit declined, but now we have Ragozin. And let's take a look. E3, H6, these are all standard moves. You can play G5 and play aggressively. And this line I know, I'm familiar. I played this with both colors my whole life. I'm used to seeing knight E4 here. But surprise from Tan Zhongyi, immediately H5. I checked the database and there are only 60 games in this position. It could still maybe transpose into some main lines, but Nino now has to solve a problem. Well, H4 is coming, you can go bishop B5, but a lot of the times white plays H4 themselves. And now after knight D4, oops, my bad, here we are. After knight D4, you can play knight E2. So you're okay trading this dark squared bishop for the knight, but black can play bishop G4, pinning, and again wanting to take knight G3. Now we have to move our queen, takes, and knight C6. Not a standard position, very strange development, you would say, especially on the king side. And guess what? Next move here is you come back knight E2. So what do we think about this opening?
I don't understand what is happening here, to be honest.
First of all, Nino Batsiashvili plays Ragozin herself.
Yes.
So she's familiar with this line for sure. But instead of knight G-E2, I wanted to ask Nazi, because I was looking at bishop B5. A more natural move maybe to finish the development, but maybe it has some drawbacks.
I think black takes on C3, and the reason we played knight E2
so we
is
want
because
to
we
take
wanted
with the knight on C3.
Exactly. Now you can take with the queen, and you always have to calculate G takes H, right? This has been hanging here for a while. At some point, it might actually be good.
But I can take on C6.
So we start with rook H6 first.
Okay.
That's a nice move, defending the knight like from a distance.
Yeah, of course, black's not planning to castle short anymore, so this makes sense, rook H6. And the problem is, what do we do with our king? It'd be great if we can castle and hide the king on the queen side, but we can't yet. So maybe we start with F3, just to kick the bishop out.
B7.
And wow, engine suggests E4 here.
With the king in the center?
I agree, this looks very strange, but so is black's king. And
if you would take on H4.
Right, we have some in-between moves like queen E3, your rook has to move, I take here. A messy position, but I would feel maybe a little bit safer with white here. What do you think?
At least white can immediately castle, right? Black doesn't have that opportunity.
Exactly.
Nazi, when you showed me the move rook H6, I was thinking, okay, here it comes. Back in the days, you know, those moves were not in the manuals. It was absolutely impossible even to consider those options.
It's unthinkable, right?
And yet those patterns now are very familiar, I think, in modern chess, and you have to be ready for the chaos on the board, and this is it. But let's get back to the position. Maybe we have a move.
Nino played bishop D3, allowing H4, bishop B5. This is on board. But there's only 4 games in the database, so this is pretty much a fresh position.
So what should you play? Knight D7, Knight C6? How many options
Knight
do we
C6
have?
is
Knight
good.
C6 is the better move.
And then you still have to deal with this bishop, because in some lines, allowing knight D5 might be a mistake. And also, now problem is if we develop knight F3, you have to watch out for G4, right? Yeah, very interesting position and a sharp opening. So we're excited to see this.
I like this idea of H5, H4. It's similar to Carissa's game yesterday, how she pushes the pawn as far as possible. If I was white, I usually would have responded with H4.
I'm with you. I would have done the same, yes. But white is, of course, objectively fine.
Okay, thank you. And let's take a look at the other games.
Just 1 second, I was curious. Okay, so as you see, this is the game between Carissa and Humpy, because we left it at the critical moment in the opening. So just to illustrate the point, so after knight a4, Humpy played knight c5, rook e1, knight c5, and Carissa took on c6, d takes c6, knight e5, bishop b7, d4, and knight e6. This is a very balanced position, even though that black has a pair of bishops. You know, white has this extra pawn in the center, bit more space, and Carissa has a very nice play, but I feel that she's a bit more cautious today as well.
castle, c4. Yeah, and this position has been so many times played already.
She will play knight c3, of course, finish the development. Maybe you have to be careful because after she played c4 and not c3, okay, this pawn is attacked, so you cannot easily develop your queen to f3 and connect your rooks and play rook d1. So maybe queen d3 is possible and then rook d1. Something like this, because you need to finish the development. And then black's problem very often is that those pieces are a bit tangled. You know, you have the knight on e6, which is blocking the bishop on c8. What do you do with the bishop on e7? The rooks are not connected yet. So black very often is trying to trade a few minor pieces, you know, and to free the position a little bit. Okay, so let's have a look at the game between Alice Lee and Alina Kashlinskaya. By the way, Katerina, we were discussing the standings, and I think this is a very interesting point that all of the players who are looking for their grandmaster norm, they're still in contention for the first place and for their grandmaster norm.
Yeah, and that's Alice Lee, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Carissa.
And Alina Kashlinskaya is looking for her third grandmaster norm, which will give her the title. This proves how strong this event is. So we have, oh, it's a very interesting position, and I think Alina is playing for a win. I recognize it immediately. Her intentions are very clear. As you remember, Nana Dzagnidze tried to confuse Alice Lee in the opening, and here she played b6. So Alina goes for a more standard line, Nemcova-Indian with bishop b4. But then queen is 7, so let's say the queen is protecting the bishop here. So if you take here, we take here, and it is forcing you to play queen d2. By the way, of course, white doesn't want to do this, but okay, the pawn is on priest. Sorry, that's what I wanted to show, that you cannot take here because then you're losing a pawn in this way and in this way.
And let's check in with Thalia. Thalia, what are your thoughts? Over to you.
Hi, and I'm looking over at the game between Harika and Bibisara, which we haven't taken a look at just yet. And I want to point out some things about this opening. So it started out with d4, knight f6, c4, g6. We get into a King's Indian with this bishop fianchetto on g2. c5, knight to f3, takes, everything going well so far for both players. Knight to c6, knight to c3. And now this move h5 is the move that I would like to talk about. It's a very interesting move, utilizing the fact that the white knight is no longer on f3, so the defender of the castle king and the king side in general has moved away. So this move h5 is looking to utilize that in order to play h4 and attack the hook of the pawn on g3. This is a very interesting move that can completely change the dynamic of the game. And without spending too much time, Harika decided to play the move bishop to f4, which has never been played before. After this, the move h5 was played, h4, and then after rook to c1, knight to h5, already putting pressure on the bishop on f4. What do you think about the move h5 and this aggressive idea by Bibisara?
Thank you, Thalia. Well, I think, it's always nice to surprise your opponent, especially if you have black pieces. And I like your explanation why h5 is now actually strong. So maybe we can pull it up on our board.
Okay, let's finish first with this game, of course. And I actually think that when you're playing against Bibisara, h5 or h4 is to be expected all the time.
She's an extremely aggressive player. And right now she already has this pawn, because as Thalia was mentioning, the knight is no longer on f3 to kind of be guarding that square. And now there is pawn that's putting pressure. Sometimes we can even push it further to annoy this light square bishop. And more importantly now, this knight is putting pressure on this bishop.
More importantly, this knight doesn't.
Oh, that's actually even more important. This knight is hanging because we see this knight attacking it together with the bishop.
So now
white is having a number of issues already.
I think the move here is bishop e3, because now that the knight left the f6 square, you can no longer play knight g4 like in the dragon. So she needs to deal with both threats, and bishop e3 for the moment is pairing both of the threats. You cannot play queen b6 here and increase the pressure on d4, because then I think any jump like knight c6 is winning the piece immediately.
Some discover attacks if the queen is on b6.
So I'm expecting this move, bishop
And
g3.
I cannot even play a move like d6, because then that's a problem. The knight can take, and then the bishop is going to be taking. So, okay, bishop e3, I like it, just drawing back the bishop and defending the knight. And how can black try to increase pressure?
Oh, there is some ideas I can
Tell us.
throw at you. So after knight h5, you're absolutely right, bishop e3 has to be played. But what if black simply goes back to f6? Now, of course, white can make a draw, but let's say we don't want that. What do? How do you stop knight g4? Because playing h3 is not the most comfortable move to make. Take, take, and queen c7, and you have some problems on the king side, right? Well, engine suggests one can play something like f4.
Wow.
With the idea to hide your bishop on g1, and this is all temporary because soon your pieces will come back out and have a good position. You can even play h3, but I'm happy to play bishop f3 and then start bringing the pieces back out.
And if I Nazi capture on g3 instead of h3?
In this position, let's take a look. I will take.
I trade the rooks.
I have beautiful bishops on the first rank.
And some like e5, let's say.
You want to bring your queen out, right?
But if knight b5 here, like
yeah, now
the
I think
Sicilian, yes, and
I think
want
black
to give
king
knight
is
d6 check.
slightly, maybe more than slightly worse than
So I want to
white's
attack
king.
your king, but maybe actually it's my king, the black king, that's weaker.
But Katerina, you
Right.
love to keep your king on the fate. Let's try something. Let's take on f4, maybe
But
there.
we do have
yes.
a move. Harika chose to
Oh.
take on c6, which, and according to the engine, Bibisara could have taken with the d pawn and offered the queen trade.
But Bibisara likes to keep her queens on the board.
Absolutely, she's a good attack. She loves to attack. But here, according to the engine, it's black who is tiny bit better. After b takes c6, let's see. Now Harika has an option to play bishop g5. Since the knight's not hanging on d4, you're free to move your bishop elsewhere. Bishop g5, and maybe if you go queen a5, I'll follow up with queen d2. Yeah, it's an interesting position.
It's such an unusual structure which Harika decided to define immediately. Recently I played a crazy game against my opponent with the white pieces, and she was delaying also her development, and she played the same idea in the dragon sort, semi-dragon, h5, h4, and then played rook h5 at some point. So this is also what to be expected in these positions, because you are not sure, are you going to castle here or not? Because
Yeah,
then
I'm not sure.
And we have a
your
move.
position is
Harika
compromised.
decided to play bishop e3.
So she still went to e3. That's also fine. I guess now if I go knight f6, you can simply play queen d2. After knight g4, again, you don't have a hanging knight on d4, so you're free to offer the bishop trade. Bishop d4 here looks pretty good. To h3, maybe. Whoa. Oh, right. g7's hanging. I'm like, how do we take on h3? Tempo moves. Yeah. h3 is crazy.
Yeah, this looks like my game, but the thing is, the move knight c6, it
Whites
doesn't-
or black?
Yes, knight c6, like when you take on c6, it deprives you of one opportunity later on. Let's say we continue with bishop b3 and bishop d4. So let's say you play bishop d4 here, take on d4, and queen d4, knight f6, and then, well, you can play knight d5 there. Here it's no longer possible, so it's an interesting opportunity, of course.
I see. Yeah, I like how players are so creative with openings now.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the next game. We did not have a chance to see yet. So Nino Batsiashvili against Tan Zhongyi.
Actually, we started, to analyze the opening.
Oh, that's that
Ragozin.
h5, h4 quick.
H5, h4, and here after Nino played knight, bishop b5, she decided to play knight d7 and not knight c6.
And I see that the computer says knight d7. No, that's later. I see a question mark there, but not on this move.
Yes, because we were suggesting knight c6, so knight d7 was played instead. And here Nino played f4. Where was the question
This
mark?
is always the structure, right? We talked about even yesterday with Nana Dzagnidze. When you have the pawn here and this knight is delayed, you don't develop the knight yet. It gives you the opportunity to push the pawn forward and kind of strengthen your bishop here. So that's what happened in the game. And Tan captured that here. Now Nino yesterday went with those ideas of knight g4 and Tan went knight d7. And this is a question mark by the engine. It looks a bit passive.
For me, the immediate thought that I have is e6.
e6, let's
because you
clear,
want to play bishop g6, of
the
course,
diagonal
yes.
for bishop g6.
Maybe that's why
Second thought
the
I
engine
have
condemns this move. Yes.
is queen f3. So what do you want to start with? So let's take a look.
Well, e6 looks tempting. Actually, let's see.
So let's take a look. e6.
e6, yes. What can you do
Pawn
here?
takes.
Pawn takes. Ooh. So bishop g6, you will play king e7?
King e7. I will try to survive. No extra pawn.
Let's bring my queen into play.
I don't know.
King d6?
King d6 is too brave. Let's go. No. Oh, but you don't have knight
Yes,
b5.
you don't have a check. That's why I thought that maybe that was your intention.
I'm not that brave. So knight f6.
Knight f6, and then after queen g5, you will simply play rook g8.
Rook
yes?
g8, yes. I will pin that bishop.
Oh, well, I see you. How can I raise you here, Katerina? Maybe I can play knight h3 with the idea of knight f4 and castling and attacking the knight on f6.
Okay. Yeah, this looks uncomfortable for black. I mean, this pin, I'm going to be struggling forever. The rook coming here, putting more pressure. And as you said, maybe this way. My idea was to go maybe queen f8 and g7 and put more pressure on the bishop. But just with one move, you are going to neutralize
yes, and
that.
the knight is also
Katerina,
going
if you just
to
take
h5.
one move back, well,
And by the way, let's take a look where these players are in the standings. Tan Zhongyi, she lost yesterday, the same Nino, Batsiashvili. So these players are struggling. And one of them at least wants to pick it up and try to fight for good standings in the event.
Yes, you always want to finish your tournament on a high note. You will always remember this last game that you won, of course. Nazi, please continue, because I think that you have an idea for us in this position.
yes, if we take just one move back, so Katerina's idea was very good, knight f6 and queen g5, but instead of rook g8, start with queen f8 immediately and play queen h6.
Oh, to try to trade the queen.
Or kick the queen out, and black is completely fine here. However, if we head back here, queen g4 is not the most precise move. We could play queen d2, just castle quickly and just play against the king. Also, we're threatening knight d5. Let's not forget about that beautiful tactic.
But what other options do we have here? We before e6, then maybe this one is too optimistic.
So e6 is not the best move after knight d7. By the way, evaluation is almost +2 after.
Wow.
Immediately knight h3, queen b3 is also good, but knight h3 is the strongest. So the difference is we want to develop normally, but if you play knight f3, then there is g4 and you have to head back. Once you play, however, knight h3, now on g4, you'll be able to play knight f4.
You don't know, you can take queen g4, knight e5 then,
yes, I think
idea.
this leads to some complications with knight e3 coming with the check.
Of course.
So if Nino finds knight h3 here, it's +2 and we're on move 12, 13. This is very early in the game.
What a peculiar position. And
You
then
also
you
just
can
want to
castle
castle.
short.
Yes, if you
So-
castle short, that's very obvious why white's winning.
So I will go knight f8 here, Nazi. I want to go after your knight. Ooh, whoa.
Oh, unfortunately,
Oh,
that hangs the
okay.
bishop.
So tactics very early on in this game. So that bishop on b4 is just undefended, and that's a problem.
I think that's why engine suggests c6, just to prepare knight f8. And here we castle, knight f8. But as you can see, black is behind
can play
so many tempi, right?
Bishop f5 here,
Bishop
yes,
f5
to
is
get
very
the
good.
control of the
Everything
white
works for
squares.
white now. You needed that tempo to castle.
Queen comes to f3, and this is a beautiful position for white.
And if I don't see knight h3 and simply develop the queen, let's say queen
b3, right?
No, f3.
I thought
f3
F3
now
was-
This
works,
way,
yes.
okay. Queen f3, knight b6 now. Interesting. I think black wants to play bishop e6, develop the queen, and castle long as soon as possible.
So knight e2.
So let's say knight e2, bishop e6.
Oh, and maybe black is just fine.
Then
Let's say
queen
castle and
d7,
queen
yes.
d7, yes. And maybe this now looking pretty good, right? If we have opposite side castles, g5, h4 will be very useful for black.
It's such an interesting opening because every line that we analyzed confirms that black needs to adapt to white's strategy. It's like almost like move by move, where here, for example, black is doing fine.
Yep.
whether queen a4 is a very important idea in this opening, because you can even play it at the very beginning, but knight goes to c6, of course, protecting, yes, the bishop on b4, so you have to watch out for this one.
I think this knight is misplaced. If it was on c6, black would be in a much better situation for sure.
Wow. Knight a3, very precise move now. So let's see if Nino is going to find it. And meanwhile, what if we take a look at the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze?
Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze. Okay, first of all, like I've had a look at their head-to-head score. Mariya is somewhat dominating lately. Their last game was drawn, but she was winning quite a few games with the white pieces. So I think that she came to this game confident.
So we have the English opening?
English opening with bishop b4 immediately. Let's say here black could have played knight f6, avoiding knight d5, but Nana went for immediate bishop b4, knight d5, bishop e7, g3, developing the bishop. So Mariya decided to take this bishop immediately to play the position with the bishop pair. So you have the bishop g2 and e4. It's a very interesting approach. You can also achieve these positions, let's say, if you, for example, here, after knight d5, like let's say the knight is left on c3, you will play g3, knight f6, bishop g2. Let's say black will castle, you will take b takes c4, and after castle, you have this analogy where white plays e4. So Mariya decided to use the same move and to achieve a different structure, but controlling the center completely. So after knight d5 and everything that happened in this opening, she played e4, depriving black of the possibility to play. First of all, she needs to develop this knight, but she couldn't because you will have e4.
So
maybe
that's what I want to maybe
d5,
emphasize a little bit, because this move e4, for me, it's not very natural. I mean, you have bishop on this diagonal on g2. We love the bishop to be open, and suddenly what we do, we push the pawn in front of it, making a hole here on d4. But as you mentioned, it's more kind of a move to stop black from playing e4.
Of course.
Right? It's not like we really enjoy this pawn having here, but we just don't want black to allow to go here, because after knight f3, maybe black just pushes the pawn forward.
But also in a long term, what you want to play g3, let's say, even if you play knight e2 or knight f3, then back, but then knight e2, okay, knight e2, castle, and you can play f4. You're first to play f4, and you don't have the problems with the dark squares because you have the dark square bishop. And so you can, yes, you can always delay this push and wait what black is cooking there, if, as Yasser would say. It's a very interesting move. Nana goes for knight a6 and not knight c6. Have a look, Katerina. She could have played knight c6, controlling the d4 square, but I think that Nana here after knight a6 is preparing something c6, knight c7, and she wants to strike in the center immediately.
So, you know, once I thought it's knight a6, I'm like, yes, she wants to go this way, this way, this way. But as you mentioned, then you consider like, wait, I mean, there is an easier route to just go there with the knight. But you are suggesting that,
yes,
so c6, knight c7, and then d5.
Or even c6, rook d8, d5, this because this knight can also jump to b4. What I thought is that after e4, Nana can play knight a6 because knight c6 and d6, you have somewhat of a passive play because white is still controlling the d4 square. But here, for example, the natural reply would be to play d4 and to grab the center, but you don't want to play queen d4 afterwards. You need first to develop your knight and then to play d4.
Yeah, white still has the king in the center, and you have to be quite careful about opening it up when this queen is eyeing the king.
It's a very, very interesting approach and
so are we expecting
challenging approach.
Knight e2 here?
Well, knight e2, of course, because otherwise I will take the pawn on e4. You know, this one is hanging.
Right, but there are other moves. You can play d3, you can play several other moves. But I think knight e2, right?
Knight e2, and then I think that Nana wants to play c6. Katerina, I just wanted to finish our analysis of this position because it's a crucial game for the standings, of course, between Alice Lee and Alina Kashlinskaya. So then here, after g3, black plays bishop d2. White takes with the queen on d2 because you want to develop your knight.
Wait, so we are in the game of Alice Lee against Alina Kashlinskaya.
Yes. We will bring it back for you. So, and first of all, this move, knight c6, that's how I know that Alina is playing for a win. She's not going for the structures with d5, which, you know, have more classical patterns. She wants to play d6 and e5. b3.
Right, so she wants to play, just to slow down a little bit. So d6, e5 to kind of put the pawns on the dark squares so the light square bishop can start playing.
Or there is another option, is to play knight e4 and f5 to be more aggressive. So it's a very flexible move, and knight c6 at the same time attacks the pawn on d4. So let's see what happened after b3. Okay, she goes for the most aggressive approach here, knight f4, f5, and this allows you to play for an attack here. So after bishop g2 and knight c3, this is where we stand. Let's have a look. This is the position on the board. And here actually you have a few options because Alice is thinking. And why? She's considering, should she castle short? Because then this gives you a few opportunities, but you can also lift your rook and bring you to the h file. You can also play bishop d7, connect your rooks. At some point you can play f5, e5. So what to do? And you cannot play knight d2 here because the pawn on d4. Maybe you have a chance to like.
How about white plays on the queen side, b4?
b4.
Immediately.
But
Okay.
it's a standard move, it's a thematical move, but usually those who play with white, they don't make it after playing b3. I thought it's sort of psychological, you know. b4 is a standard move here, but I thought that Alice, she just played b3, then and queen b2. I'm not sure that she will move b4 in this position. What do you think, Katerina? What would you play here?
I think I recall a game that Alice Lee played with Irina Krush at one of the either US Championships or American Cup, and in similar positions she just castled and then she started to attack on the queen side. So I wouldn't be that surprised to see move b4, but I have an idea she's going to castle first.
So castle first. I thought about a more positional approach here for black. Can you take, because now you have to eliminate this knight, queen c3, and to solve your problems immediately and play e5 in the center.
Oh, this looks good for black.
Will
so
you
get to play e5.
Maybe you will play rook d1, but then this gives me an opportunity to push e4. But maybe you can.
And if I go d5?
d5, then
Is it too ambitious?
No, but I will play knight d8 here.
Now b4.
b4.
Yeah, this is why Alice has to play b4 in the current position, otherwise black is completely fine.
Ah, okay, so we were right, Katerina, you know, we're trying to understand the intricacies and the subtleties of this position, but there...
And let's check in with Thalia. Thalia, over to you.
Thank you. And I'm here in the game between Carissa and Humpy. And as we were able to see, more or less, it was a very equal position in the Ruy Lopez, especially after this move knight to f8. But Carissa decided to play queen to b3. Humpy played bishop to g4. And even though Yasser is not here, Carissa is following in his spirit with the move queen takes b3, just capturing the pawn. However, this is a very risky move to make, and it leads to a lot of complications in the position that might not seem obvious at first glance. For example, in this moment, if Humpy decides to play bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and queen to d7, the position can get very complicated all of a sudden. A simple move like queen to b3, running away from the threats of rook b8, trapping the queen, already runs into a lot of issues after rook to b8, queen to c2, knight to g6, and all of a sudden the queen is coming to h3, the knight is coming to h4, and there's just going to be checkmate on the board. So the best move in this position after queen d7 would be d5, trying to bring the queen in back somehow through opening up the center. Obviously, if c takes d5, queen takes d5, there's a queen trade, which favors white. But after bishop to d6, placing the bishop on the diagonal, getting closer to the king, again, the threat of queen to h3 is on the board, knight to e4, queen to f5, attacking the pawn on f3. Knight takes d6, finally getting rid of the bishop, but this is not the end of it for white. C takes d6, d takes c6, now white has the passed pawn. But after queen takes f3, this is another interesting moment because there is a very big threat in the position. Black wants to play rook to b8, and after the queen moves, simply rook e4, rook g4, going after the king. So one of the only two moves in the position to try and fight for the e-file is bishop a7, which is a very crazy move. And of course, after this, the position is just equal. What else could you have expected from a Ruy Lopez like this? Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Thalia. This is not a game you expect when somebody plays Berlin.
Yes, and Katerina, when I saw this move, bishop a7, of course it is surprising in this position, but I immediately thought about the game which Anatoly Karpov played against Incr. It was Ruy Lopez, a different structure, and Karpov played bishop a7 and didn't allow Incr to exchange the rooks, you know, and then completely dominated him. But what a position. Katerina, I sense that, you know, Humpy, she's still thinking. What I wanted to say that Carissa might be in danger.
But I think she may be in preparation. Look at her clock. She has 1 hour and 30 minutes. She lost no time. So do you think she would go after this pawn? You know, pawn on b2 and pawn on b7, they're very often poisonous. And it's extremely risky to take these pawns. And I think if you weren't thinking this is, if you didn't know that this is a good capture, you would take at least 1 or 2 minutes to consider it.
You're absolutely right, but then those moves are natural. Let's try bishop f3.
However, if someone was going to do this without prep, it would be someone like Carissa.
That's true. If I had to guess, then that would be Carissa, just closing her eyes and just capturing a pawn.
Recently, we know that those structures, which were looking extremely tragic before, like antique ruins, we know that computers demonstrated that we can play with them, and in the long term, it might even be a better position for white. But Humpy played bishop g4. She is forced to play on f3. She is forced to ruin white's structure.
And we say forced because if you lose a pawn and you don't get anything for it, then why did you do that, right? So this at least ruins the pawn structure. But wait a sec. Yeah.
Yes,
so let's say positionally forced to do this.
And queen d7, which was suggested. So,
and I really like this idea of just going over here with the queen, then bringing the knight. Like, this looks extremely dangerous for white.
Yes, that's what I wanted to look at, because I like this idea of bringing the knight to h4, but we need more time, of course, and d5 is a very precise move. You are forcing black to react here, because you no longer have time for knight g6 and knight g4, because I will take on c6.
Okay, so I can either capture or push?
No, you cannot capture, because then you will trade queens. That's also the problem. So you cannot take on d5, because queen d5 and the queens are traded. White has a much better position here, of course, if you trade here. So bishop d6 was a very interesting move, of course. And this line is magical.
Yeah, I need to think if I agree with you, but yes, you're right. White is going to just be maybe with a messed up pawn structure, but with extra pawn.
Just for the pleasure of disagreeing with me, yes?
No, I agree with you. I just needed to
Of course,
think.
I understand. But so after bishop d6, knight a4. And this is the critical position. Can we find something even more convincing for black here?
Wait, so if I go brutal force, take, take, take. Now you cannot capture this rook, because then this is going, this is going to be a checkmate. I'm gonna, well, is it going to be a checkmate? But look at the clock. Carissa has more time for 10 seconds than what she started with, while Humpy Koneru 1 hour and 6 minutes.
Yes, Humpy is burning her time, and it's understandable. So, once again, I just want to check something. So, okay, bishop f3, bishop d6. I like this move. No, queen d7 first, yes. Queen d7. So, actually, we can go queen h3, queen a5, but after d5, we need to play bishop d6. We cannot play queen f5, queen h3 here, no? I don't know. Can we go for those pawns immediately?
I think it's an option.
Okay, let's try bishop d6, and after knight e4, maybe here.
But yeah, I think taking the knight was too ambitious, because I just realized that after takes, even if you go queen h3, white has f4, completely stopping this dark square bishop.
Do we have... I don't want to give this bishop, you know, can we play queen f5 here? Or queen h3, you know?
I like queen h3.
Queen h3,
right?
The immediate.
Because I think another danger is with that knight g6, and as Thalia was pointing out, this is also extremely direct from black.
Yes, so can we just simply give up this pawn, let's say?
You take now. Unfortunately, I don't have this knight g6 because queen e6 is going to be trading queens, which white will be extremely happy about. But okay, I will start maybe with bishop d6
here. Then you're probably forced to play knight e4 anyway thereafter. No, I like this move, queen h3.
f4 is an option too. But
sorry, like how did it happen? Sorry.
That's okay.
Bishop g3, queen d7, apologize.
d5.
d5, and
now
what about
queen
like,
h3
yes, I want to explore this possibility, because you said that...
Oh, but you know what? Maybe here I can capture this pawn and then go quickly into defense.
Ah, this is a very strong defense. You're absolutely right. So after queen f3, queen g3, bringing the queen back into the defense, yes.
And white still has an extra pawn.
And the fireworks are no longer on the board. So, of
course, that's why maybe
that's
starting
why
with bishop
need,
d6
of course, to start with
to
bishop
guard
d6.
that pawn.
And can we play something like queen h3 here? Let's try queen h3.
Let's give it a try.
Because after knight d6, she takes d6. What's interesting is that now, you know, can you take here?
But okay, can I just
then you can
interfere? What if I ignore you?
Okay.
Just go after the rook, and then this is game
knight
over.
h4. Oh, what a beautiful idea! So let's have a look. Who is going? Who has chances, better chances to win this event?
Yes. So we have our statistician Ben Underwood to see who has the highest chances to win tournament. This is the pre-tournament, and as you can see, Humpy Koneru had the highest chances pre-tournament, 22.2%, then Tan Zhongyi and Bibisara Assaubayeva. And Alice Lee was the last one, but as you can see, after round one, there were 5 winners, and Alice Lee is marching forward, while Humpy Koneru is increasing her lead, and Assaubayeva with Harika Dronavalli, they just switched places. After round 2, against Alice Lee was the leader of the event, so she now increased her chances. Humpy Koneru is still on the top. And then after round 3, not much has changed in the top 3, top 4 players. After round 4, we can see that Harika Dronavalli this time is switching places with Alice Lee, and Alina Kashlinskaya still in top 4, but only 7.5%. I think that is going to change because she won a game and then tied for the 2nd place. Humpy Koneru still top chances, 50, wow, even 78.8% after 6th round, wow, that's massive. And Alina Kashlinskaya only 13.9% despite being half a point behind Humpy Koneru. Harika Dronavalli 3%, and Carissa, she is now on the 4th place. But wow, what a big chances for Humpy Koneru to win this according to stats.
Well, according to my pick, you know, this is my trust fund, you know.
But do you really think it is this high for Humpy Koneru to win the event?
Well, if you're using the objective analysis of her results, yes. But what is even more surprising to me is that Carissa had only 2 2.3% to win this event, and she's actually getting close to the leader. So this number is shocking for me. So let's see how this game unfolds. This is a very important round, and this game is of a crucial importance, of course. Carissa Yip has her fate in her hands. You know, everything is possible. And we were trying to analyze the variations. They are quite complicated.
So let's go back into the game of Carissa Yip against Humpy Koneru, because I'm really curious about this idea of just letting the rook go and then playing knight g6.
So this is the position on the board.
Maybe Nazi, do you want to tell us more what the engine thinks about our ambitious ideas to sacrifice and just attack?
The sad truth about our ideas?
Sure. Well, the line that Thalia showed was the most accurate line. So queen d7, d5, and you were looking at, first of all, you found out correctly that you have to start with bishop d6. Otherwise, if you go queen h3, immediately we take on c7 and queen jumps right back to g3. So bishop d6 start, knight d4, and here you were considering some other moves.
Bishop
queen h5.
Queen h3.
Or queen
Queen
f5.
h3, okay.
Queen wants to take.
We take.
And knight g6. Nope, we do not recapture. Knight
Knight
g6.
g6. I see, very tricky, but it's not winning.
Wait, knight
Knight
h4.
h4. I take with a check. Queen a8 is coming with a check, but it's not over. This is such a beautiful
King
line.
f7?
Let's take a look.
Let's take.
King f7 allows
Queen
queen c7,
c7, yes.
but here check, queen a8. So you can go king g7 or king f7. If you go king g7, white is winning after bishop h6 check. Now both rook and queen will be able to get to black's king in time, and actually after queen g8 check, I don't have to checkmate you. I can just defend my own king, right? So knight f3, just king h1.
Wow.
And if you go, where was this? If you go king f7, guess the move.
Queen e8.
Nice job, Katerina. Queen e8
Why
check.
are always these tricky moves on the board? Wow.
You have to, well, you have to take, and now I have this discovery check, so I can finally get rid of your knight. And white can breathe now, no more checkmate. And what's the material? We have 2 rooks, and how many pawns for the queen? A lot, right?
3 pawns?
3 pawns, yes.
2 pawns.
And you
that's a
can
lot.
also play rook e4 here.
That's a very important move. Absolutely. And yes, as we know, 2 rooks can be much better than the queen, and here we have even extra pawns. Only problem is our open king, but according to the engine, white is much better here.
Wow.
What a
so
line that
even
was.
transferring the knight to h4 is not good enough.
Yes, it's very tempting.
So
I will say.
how far back is this? It was queen e8. What move is it?
Queen e8 is move 23.
23. So that's why Humpy, you know, is burning all her time. She's I think
calculating.
she's calculating, and she's on move 22 right now.
So what's the evaluation of the computer of this position?
It's triple zeros.
Okay.
Big surprise.
But triple zeros with white making the only moves, or with black making
Actually,
the
it's
only moves?
both. So if Humpy plays here either bishop e5 or queen f5, then white also has 1 or 2 accurate moves, otherwise they're lost. So here you're supposed to either take on d6 or play bishop c5.
So there is a difference between queen h3 and queen f5. It's a crucial difference.
Yes,
So-
there is. So after queen h3, if you take back here, I have bishop f4.
Okay.
That's why engine prefers queen f5. So that if we now take, there is no more bishop f4. And instead, engine suggests here only move, again, for white, to keep the equality, to take with the pawn, queen f3,
We know
and
that.
that beautiful move that Thalia showed us, the Karpov move, right, from the famous game, bishop a7. And I mean, black easily has perpetual here.
Wow.
We might see this draw if Humpy calculates everything correctly.
But the thing is, I feel that especially after queen f5, Humpy is not risking anything here. So you have to make the only move not to lose the game, bishop a7. Otherwise, I will play rook e4.
Yes, you're right.
So
So she needs to start with queen f5 and not get carried away with queen h3, knight g6 ideas. Yeah, that was such a beautiful line.
I think it's easy to get carried away. I mean, the only thing that would discourage me to be looking for those lines is to see Carissa's time.
Absolutely.
Because if she had like 1 hour right now, I would think that maybe she made a mistake. But this way, I think she's in her preparation.
Katerina, and you know, like Yasser would use this word, outfox. Back in the days, one of the most important advice that we were given by our coaches, and there were these were not times where you had computers, so if you knew a very important line, you had to hide your emotions. You had to sit there and spend some time to induce, your opponent. And this, I think, if Carissa knows every line in this position, I think, it would be more tricky, to think a little bit and like, okay, Queen B7, should I go for it or not? And
maybe to just spend some time to add doubts to her opponents thinking about her preparation.
Okay, then did we have a look at this game recently? No, just the
So the game between Harika Dronavalli and Bibisara Assaubayeva, to see what are the developments there.
So Harika played bishop b3 here, knight f6, a very important move. Of course, now you want to play knight g4, and also the knight on h5 is a bit awkward. So now white played bishop d4, creating this important pin. And I have this feeling that it's not so easy for black to castle here. Katerina, I think that black might as well stay with the king in the center or play king f8. So let's have a look how things develop. Rook b8, queen d2.
I like those moves. You have an open file, so let's put rook there and see how white is going to deal with the problem. So white dealt with that queen d2 to defend it. There could have been also b3, but it also opens opportunities for black.
And the thing is, rook b8 is attacking the pawn on b2, so white can't take on a7. There was a possibility there, a small window, b3. And Bibisara is still thinking here, so what is your plan? You cannot play d6.
Can I play e5?
You have to.
Because now I'm guarding that pawn with my queen, and I do want to be putting pressure on this bishop. And if I play e5, you move away. I mean, I cannot play I would love to play d5 if that was an opportunity, but there are just too many pieces kind of attacking it. So I will have to play knight g4 to go after that bishop.
I thought that you wanted to play knight g4. Let's try this line. So bishop g5, probably black will have to play f6 here. What else? But what I noticed when you played knight g4 here is that your queen is not protected. So maybe I have some kind of artificial moves, like knight e4. Or maybe centralizing my knight, not so artificial. So if you take on d2, I can take with my bishop.
Okay.
And then, knight d6 is a very important threat.
But
c5, what do you think?
I go king e7. I'm also thinking about playing f5.
Yes, and I wanted to make a strange looking move here, but this is a complete mess. I wanted to play a3.
Wait, what? Giving up a pawn?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to take it, but just having the opportunity feels good.
You can take. I wanted to play bishop
take.
b4. Sorry, bishop b4 check.
Yeah, you have great control over the dark squares.
So
no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Maybe I had even a better choice after king e7. Instead of playing a3, c5 is also possible.
So maybe I'm going to go this way.
Bishop b4.
Now I will advance my king e6.
Oof. It's an interesting line as well. So how should I continue here? Because I can play knight d6, but then you can take.
I have rook takes b4.
And I'm in a time. So if this is possible, then maybe here I should play c5. It's also a standard idea. So like cementing my knight on d6. Yeah, this is a very interesting position. And let's take a look where these players are in the standings right now. Harika Dronavalli, 3.5 points. She's tied for third place, and she's only 1 point behind the leader, Humpy Koneru, while Bibisara Assaubayeva is clear 6th with 3 points, and she's 1.5 point away from the leader. So the win in this game makes a big difference. Of course, and especially, for example, if you talk about poker events, it's very important to understand the difference in the results, and the prizes.
And Nazi, over to you. You have some thoughts about this game?
Yes, I was following your analysis and very interesting moves. So in this position, I'll come back to it, Black's best move is c5. But just to finish your thoughts here, after e5, bishop e3, knight g4, knight e4 is what you looked at, right? But yes, instead, just bishop g5 is much better here.
But what if f6? We stopped
Plus
our
one,
analysis
h3.
here.
Yeah.
Ah, h3, the intermediate.
And we can have this beautiful pawn structure here with 4 pawns on the g file.
But look, if we take on g3, just to show the
All right.
variation, yes,
That's
you
f5.
take on h8, the bishop h8. Of course, white is probably winning here, but I just wanted to show this beautiful structure. Take on h8, and then if you take on g3, you don't take
Very
on
nice.
g5, yes, this is
Unusual, but
very
beautiful.
unusual.
And white is so happy that white has a knight that can be jumping around. There are a lot of weak squares around the black king.
Right, and so here, what Bibisara should play after b3 is c5, and there's this interesting line I want to show you. Bishop b5, we play d6. I'm allowing bishop c6 check, and I'm prepared to take with the king. Because black king feels safe in the center here. We don't have the white squared bishop anymore. You technically don't have to move the bishop yet, it's not hanging, but if you do something like castle and put your king to a safer square, then after h takes g, I think black can create some type of attack in the future, maybe not immediately. What do you think of the king being
It's
on
very
d7?
unusual. But you are right, since the light squared bishop disappeared from the white's position, then it's pretty safe.
Yes, I already mentioned that probably the king will have to stay in the center, but this is another shelter that we haven't talked about, because we're talking about leaving the king on f8, maybe castling an artificial way, but d6 and king d7 is very interesting. And I do understand this move c5, because we couldn't play d6 anyway, because the pawn on c6
Without
was
c5?
hanging. Yes, of course. So you can
Yeah.
take on c6 now.
Absolutely.
But C5 move for me looks a little suspicious. I don't know why, but something feels
Giving up the
weird.
D5 square
yeah, giving
feels
up
wrong,
that,
right?
maybe the D5 square. So what if I simply retreat bishop E3?
I think then I have bishop b7. I have to trade this white colored bishop. You can try knight d5, but I think endgame is just even.
Okay, wow. So C5, quickly attacking the dark square bishop and figuring out what to do with the light square bishop for black.
This is a key moment. Whichever she decides to do c5 or e5 will lead to a very different type of middle game positions. I mean, she could also include some other moves like take on g3 or start with h3 and then go c5. That's also fine. Yeah, it'll be exact same position, just we already committed to h3.
It's true that the difference between C5 and E5 is that if black plays E5, then the D6 square is extremely weak. Right, so that's the drawback, that you can never kind of take that back, and the d6 is horrible. While after c5, the pawn structure is better.
Yes, so with e5 you're committing a long-term weakness, but after c5 it's not as serious of a weakness, and actually you have a plan to trade the white square bishop.
Okay.
Yes, with all those scientific hypotheses, let's wait for some empirical evidence, and I think that Alice Lee has made a few moves.
So let's check that game.
check
Alice
that
Lee against
game.
Alina Kashlinskaya. We left it off after move
Here.
d6.
So she decided not to castle, and she used this moment to play d5. It's also a standard move to use, a standard idea. Very often you see it after white castles. So d5 was played, then knight c3, because of course it's important to make this move. It's a very important intermezzo, because if you take immediately on d5, then this knight can
That's
take
a
on
beautiful
d5,
knight
of course.
in the center, targeting the black queen and gaining some extra tempos for white.
And at the same time, your knight is also vulnerable here. So after d5, knight c3 is played, queen c3, and Alina decided to play knight d8.
Okay, just 1 second, because here we have two options. We can also capture this knight, but then you probably come back and you end up with this strong knight in the center.
And not only with the strong knight in the center, because in this line, black also often plays b6 and bishop b7. Here, after c takes b7, you develop this bishop in one move, and it is contributing to the future attack. That's why Alice, she decided to play queen c3 here. Queen c3 and knight d8. It's a very interesting move because one of the strategic idea in this position is to open the c file for white. So what you want to avoid is this position. C takes d5, c takes d5, cementing this structure, and after knight
But
d8,
now I can go into the center.
yes,
I can go
you can
knight
also
e5.
go knight e5. Of course, the same thing. Knight e5 centralizing the knight. But then maybe I can castle first. But what if I play rook c1 immediately?
So we're kind of putting pressure on this pawn together with these two pieces.
You will have to play.
And this pawn is also guarding the square, so the bishop cannot get out.
You will have to play rook f7 or maybe take. And of course, the other idea here is to play knight d4, taking the control of this square, attacking this pawn from time to time, and not allowing black to and play c6. Maybe
Yeah,
I should even start with knight
That
d4.
pressure on the semi-open c file is not comfortable for black. So I understand why Alina decided not to capture on d5.
Katerina, but if we continue a little bit, should we
f4.
gamble here? f4, opening the diagonal for the white light square bishop. Like, would you castle short here, by the way?
I like your idea of playing rook c1 right now, just putting more pressure on the c7 pawn.
So, okay, let's maybe rook f7, and then you want to take on f4, but then your knight is going to be attacked.
So now I castle.
And here you castle.
And let's take a look where these two players are. Alice Lee right now tied for the third place with 3.5 points, but Alina Kashlinskaya, she is really pushing strong in this tournament. Right now, clear second with 4 points, only half a point behind the leader. And we will keep an eye on all these games. They are becoming to be really fascinating, especially the game of Carissa. I'm curious what Harika Dronavalli is going to decide to play there. But it's time in the show where we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. So get ready for the 2025 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir. This hip bag makes a stylish addition for any chess player on the go. Available at qboutiquestl.com or in person at the St. Louis Chess Club.
In 5 Cairns Cup, there have been 2 constants. Harika Dronavalli and Nana Dzagnidze have played every year. Let's take a look at the history of the Cairns Cup. We will be right back.
We're here for the opening ceremony of the inaugural Cairns Cup, an exciting new tournament on the St. Louis calendar.
My maiden name is Cairns. It's a Scottish name, means a pile of rocks. This will maybe be just like the Sinkfield Cup, but better.
So the question was, after round 1, 2 players are now tied for the most matches played in Cairns Cup tournaments. What's the right answer? Wow!
Nice job, Almira. They played 36 games each. Wow.
9 games in 2019, 2020, and 2024. Oh, 8 games in 2023 and 1 game in 2025. So far. Wow.
Since the inception of the Cairns Cup in 2019, there have been 2 players you can always count on.
I am definitely sure that this is going to be every year. Somehow I'm more confident. This is my 4th time. It already became like a tradition for me. I just want to play here and do my best every year. It has become a normal routine for every year. And especially by playing all the editions, I got so used to it. I got used to it, and I think I would feel bad if I'm not here in the tournament. So I wouldn't feel good not playing here.
Unfortunately, we don't have such a strong tournaments like this, especially the women tournament where there is high prizes. I like it that it happens here now.
It's of course like a really great start for women's chess to have a super women tournament with a very good prize fund. So it's definitely a privilege for us to have the women tournament started here.
I hope you will continue to organize tournaments in the future, because I think it is very important for us, for professional women chess players.
I've always heard about the hospitality of St. Louis and of course the organization and everything. So when I heard about this, and I really wanted to be part of it.
I'm part of it. I'm really happy that I will be part of it. I always feel privileged to be part of the chess celebration here in St. Louis. I'm looking forward for the event. I'm looking forward for a wonderful tournament. Yeah, I mean, here I feel really special.
I think it will definitely encourage more and more players to be part of this.
I think it's even stronger this year.
After the pandemic, the Cairns Cup was postponed until 2023, where Dzagnidze and Dronavalli returned.
I'm always very excited when I'm getting invitation from St. Louis, and I'm really very glad that I'm still here after 3 years of break.
I'm really excited because after 3 years we all are here, and we understood the value of it after pandemic, and to give importance that we are here all healthy and playing the tournament. So definitely I'm really excited that the strongest tournament, Cairns Cup, is back with the 3rd edition. And of course the chess loving people here, the club and everyone, it's wonderful to see. It definitely means a lot to be competing at the highest level.
Oh, actually, I love coming here. I think it's already 5th time. I played every stage of Cairns Cup. So actually, yesterday when I arrived at the hotel reception, the girl saw me and she said, "Oh, where have you been so long?" And of course, I've met her previously, and yeah, it was so nice. And yeah, I feel here almost at home.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hello and welcome back to the 7th round of the Cairns Cup. And before we look at the games, we have very special guests in the studio, Kathy and Eddie Williams. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
I know you are the co-chairs of the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala.
Yes,
so tell us about it a little bit.
We absolutely are. On Saturday, August 16th, this year will be the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala. It is the premier fundraising event for the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's going to be a fabulous event. We're really looking forward to it.
And please tell us how important this event is for the chess community, chess campus, and about its significance.
Well, the funds raised at this annual event are used to promote chess education for adults in the St. Louis area, for children in the St. Louis area, for cultural programming, and just supporting the community.
I know it's always a fantastic evening. I think I attended either 2 or 3 of them. They're always amazing people. There is a raffle, right? Or there is
an auction.
Auction, yeah, that's what I want to say. And fantastic things that people can get. And here we see the promo for this year. You see a lot of people. There are so many grandmasters attending these events and a lot of special guests.
Yes, Eddie, maybe
Absolutely.
Eddie can tell us about special guests
this year. The theme of the gala is Master of the Arts. So what the Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame are trying to do with this theme is to inform everyone in the community about the amazing ways that the arts are incorporated in the World Chess Hall of Fame. So this year, some local artists who are very well known, Stan Chisholm, Yuko Suga, Charlie Drummond, who you may know from, or Michael Drummond, I'm sorry, who you may know from Project One Runway, and Charlie Hauska, who currently has
an exhibition
right there. They will be at the event. They'll be sharing their art. They'll be sharing their stories of how they've been commissioned by the World Chess Hall of Fame and how important that is for the community. Also, Brian Woods and Brian Owens, who are our musical co-chairs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, will be our co-MCs, and we are delighted to say that they'll be performing that evening also.
Wow, I would love to attend this event, but actually this year, my sister is getting married exactly on that day, so I'm going to be in Czech Republic.
So sad to hear that, but you'll have a lovely time, I'm sure, also.
I am happy to feel it.
Yeah, okay. Sounds great.
And could you tell us about the impact of this event beyond St. Louis borders?
Well, I think it's really has to do with the World Chess Hall of Fame's mission, expanding the educational series across the world, around the world. And really the impact is, if you think about the Cairns Cup, which is obviously happening right now, you have 10 of the top players of the world coming together and really leaning into expanding this for women around the globe, especially in America. But we have a lot of programs here in the U.S. where we're trying to encourage more females, more ladies to be grandmasters, and we're trying to sponsor them with prizes of up to $100,000.
Wow, that's wonderful. We love to hear that, the support of women's chess.
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
Maybe now we can take a look at the promo for this year's, the 9th annual gala.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
And Kathy and Eddie, I know you are a long-time residents of the St. Louis area of the Central West End.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about your involvement with the St. Louis Chess Club, or do you go there? Do you play chess?
Yeah, well, we are, like you said, very proud residents of the Central West End. We live down the street from the World Chess Hall of Fame and that iconic giant chess piece in front there. I am not a chess player, so I actually didn't know if the Chess Club or the World Chess Hall of Fame had anything for me, but we have learned they offer so much as far as musical program and the arts, and I will be learning chess one day. We're not there yet, but...
Wonderful. We have to tell you, there is special ladies' night at the St. Louis Chess Club, and there is also the, I think it's Thursday, or no, it's Monday beginner class, so if you want to go there and learn chess, there
Wednesday
are a lot
night
of
ladies' night, will you be there?
I know Thalia Cervantes, who is our fourth member on the team, she's actually teaching the class.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay. Excellent.
Katya and Eddie, and if someone would like to attend or sponsor the Strategy Across the Board, where should they go? What should they do?
So we do still have tickets available. So people are welcome to purchase tickets or purchase a table. And even if you can't attend the event, if you would like to support the mission of the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can go to stlchessclub.org/SATB25.
Wow.
And you can look into to purchasing tickets and supporting. I believe that you'll even be able to bid on some of the live auction items. We've got wonderful experiences that people can bid on, from the Cardinals and Blues to the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra with Sissel. So we think people will be really pleased what this gala has to offer them.
Wonderful. And last question before I let you go, what it means for you to be co-chairs for this event?
Well, I'll just say we're really honored. The more we have learned about the Chess Club and Hall of Fame and galleries and the people we've met, the things we've experienced, we're really honored to be in this position, not only to learn more ourselves, but to share that with other people, to help them understand what a national treasure we have here right in St. Louis.
Perfect.
If I could add, well, just the mission itself is very important to us. When I was a child, I moved a lot around the U.S., and I wound up in South Texas. And I wound up going to this elementary school. I was in the 3rd grade, and I'd moved 13 times.
Oh, wow.
To give you some perspective. And this particular school taught chess in the 3rd grade. and that always felt like home to me. So whenever I get to be involved with chess, it really feels like I've come back home. So pretty important mission to me, especially with what we're doing.
Yeah, very personal.
Well, thank you so much for everything
sharing.
you do. It's wonderful to have people supporting chess, even if they're not chess players, but interested in pushing kind of chess and learning, helping to learn other people and pursue chess. So thank you again, and I hope the event goes wonderfully.
I'm sure it will. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presence.
And we're going to go to Thalia, who has some thoughts about the games. Thalia, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I must say, I've been attending the gala the past 3 years. It's beautiful, wonderful experience every single time. But coming back to the games, especially this game between Mariya Muzychuk and Anna Dzagnidze, after the move knight a6, we were taking a look at how the game might develop for white. And after the move d3, all of a sudden there are problems in the white position, and especially this pawn on d3 is going to become a permanent issue. Much easier would have been to play knight to e2 and just finish development with castles and eventually getting the bishop out. But after d3, there was this really interesting opportunity with queen to b4. And the idea of this move is that if you play bishop d2, probably the most natural reply, there's no danger in taking the pawn on b2. Rook to b1, simply queen takes a2. Knight to e2, maybe with some ideas of knight to c3, trapping the queen, simply knight to c5. The queen has a way back through a4. The pawn on d3, as we said, is a big problem in the position. So this cannot happen for white. On the other hand, if white decides to play queen to d2, another very natural reply, protecting the pawn on b2, then there are problems after the move knight to c5, sacrificing the queen on b4, but getting it back after knight takes d3. So black manages to gain a pawn on the way, and after the king moves, you just simply take back on b4, complete advantage. We saw that in the game, this was not played. Instead, Nana decided to play c6, but even later in the game, after knight to e2, d5, black decides to open up the position in the center, utilizing the fact that the white king is still not castled. And after e takes d5, c takes d5, c takes d5, bishop to f5. And after the move knight to c3, which looks very natural, knight to b4, as I said, the pawn on d3 is going to become a permanent problem in the position for white. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Thalia. And Almira, you were talking about this plan with c6, knight c7, and pushing for that center.
Well, I am happy. I want to play. I am ready, Katerina. But what happened on other boards? What should we have? Should we take a look?
So let's go. I'm hearing that Nino Batsiashvili against Tan Zhongyi, so maybe we can jump there first. That it's becoming quite equal.
Okay, but the position is very.
So maybe we can go back to that mistake, knight d7, because we saw that Nino had an opportunity to fight with that kind of invisible move, at least in my eyes. So she played this queen b3, but there was this opportunity, as Nazi was saying, knight h3. Almost +2, just attacking this pawn, then going for castle and just having big advantage. But Nino didn't go for that and went for more natural, maybe move queen b3.
Queen b3. By the way, you suggested it, and when you said that the position is more or less balanced, the current position, I thought that the position is still full of life with the king on c7, but let's get to the current position on the board. So bishop c3, actually white plays queen b3 in order to capture with the queen on c3. Knight b6 was played. We know that black has to develop the bishop on e6 now, and maybe to go for queen d7 and long castle. Actually, Tan Zhongyi decided to play queen e7 and then to play a5 on a4. Okay, this move a4, first of all, let's explain it. Because if you castle long here, once again, white wants to continue with a5, and I doubt that you want to make this move knight d7 here, because after a6 you are in trouble.
Yeah, so especially if you here have to go something like b6. I don't know if I'm going to go immediately maybe queen c6 and then queen b7. Going for checkmate, there are also some opportunities, maybe sometimes to put the bishop there. But yeah, if I can, why not to go there with the queen?
Not only you can, you should, I think. Yes, it's very important. So that's why Tan Zhongyi played a5. After a4, it was crucial to stop the a pawn here.
But every time you stop this pawn, you also create a hole. And exactly this b5 square is suddenly a weakness. and Nino is trying to take advantage of it.
Okay, bishop b5 was played, provoking c6, king d8. Okay, what's an interesting concept. Okay, she decided to play king d8 first, then queen c2.
By the way, I think the problem is that c6 is just not
Bishop
possible,
c6.
right? Because
Yes.
c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes.
And then you
and
lose
now-
your knight on
Yeah, and if you
d6.
block it with the knight, then no one is guarding this rook.
I can share some details about this game because this is a very crucial moment after this bishop b5 check. So king d8 got an exclamation point. Strong move by Tan Zhongyi. It's not just because, as Katerina mentioned, c6 was losing for black, but she chose the right way to hide the king. She just wants to play now c6 and hide behind the pawn with king c7. So Nino here had to play accurately. Her best move was knight c1, preparing against c6, just drop back to e2, and then knight d3, put the knight on c5. Yes, black king improved, but white's position is still much better, more than plus 1.5. But here Nino made a mistake. She played queen c2, good looking move, but it's too slow. And now after c6 and king c7, black has absolutely no issues in this position whatsoever, completely equalized. I do see she played rook f8 though. Maybe this is a commentator's curse, as I said, completely equal. So black was supposed to play here h3, include this move, provoke g3. I'm guessing that's what we're going to play. And then play rook f8. I'm going to try to figure out what the big difference is in the move order. I think here there's this nice check and knight d6, right? Knight improves. And I'm sure this is Nino's idea, but maybe black can play either f6 or knight c8. Let's start with, okay, knight c8. Of course, we don't want to trade. We just spend so much time getting the knight to d6. So then we play queen c5 here. It's a nice try. And now, wow, f6. This is not easy to play. We're leaving the pawn on a5 just hanging.
Can I have an idea, Nadia. I don't want to take just, it's a crazy idea, but can I play immediately b4 here and rook b1? I just want to leave
b4,
all the
let's
pieces.
go. All in.
Yes.
F takes e.
D takes pawn.
D takes the pawn.
We take this way.
No.
Oh, to defend the knight.
Yes,
D takes
defend
e.
the knight.
And, okay, not that easy for black. Take on b4, take back. Or rook
I
b1.
actually wanted to play rook b1, but should...
F.
Maybe, but can I bring another piece into an attack?
Knight d6 and queen f6.
I need the rook on f1. Okay, then let's take on b4.
Yeah, it's better to just take queen takes b4. Rook d8, again, not easy moves for blacks. a5 looks so good.
Yeah.
Let's go, a5. I see. So here, we don't have a good square for the queen b2, because if we go to b6, black's going to keep trying to trade. So let's try queen b2, and now, of course, d4.
Yes.
I think black's like right on time, otherwise it would be game over. But a6, rook d7, this is still such chaos on the board. What if we take and just leave the A and B files open?
But then pawn takes on e3.
I want to play queen on e2 or e3, but black's controlling all the squares. Yeah, it takes on e3, rook b1, and okay, I still think in a practical game this is playing for 3 results. Anything can happen, but computer says if black finds the only move bishop c8, it's just triple zeros.
But I'm curious now, so what's the difference if the h3 is not included? Because it feels like you can throw h3 there at any moment.
Right, so it's not because knight b5 and knight d6 line, but here, engine says if white wants to have the advantage, start with rook b1.
The computer is going for b4.
f6
then.
and just b4 right away. And oh, this is beautiful, a5.
Okay, knight c4.
Knight c4. Knight, I think goes to, oh, never mind. Wow, a6. Okay, that's a beautiful move.
b5.
Defending the knight this way. Pawn b5? I really want to take on b5, but engine says knight a2 is better. Knight a2,
But
you
this,
take on e5.
to me, looks like a complicated position.
Oh yeah,
Not
this is
that
a complete
clearly
mess.
to assess this as white is better.
It's a mess, but I see that white takes on c4 on the next move, and then we have this bishop versus knight. White king is still safer than black's king at the moment. Black's still far away. Maybe that's why h3 was so important, because whenever white has g3, there's always some queen jumps and ideas on the king side. And here it's a bit too slow, right? If you start h3 now, I think, wow, a7. I'm just ignoring this. So h takes g and bishop c4.
I can feel some rook a6
if
coming
you take
there.
here queen g2 with a tempo now, so you can see how different that is. Wow, this is a mess after rook b8. But Nino has to find this idea, rook b1 and b4, which is not that easy. I think that's very tempting to go for this line instead. And here, yes, black can transpose to the same position after h3.
Perfect. Thank you, Nazi. And let's take a look to see what Ben Underwood is thinking about these games in terms of statistics. So round 7, Muzychuk has 29.8% chance to win against Nana Dzagnidze. The statistics show that they think it's going to be draws, 5 draws today. Those are the expectations. What is another surprising maybe statistics? Well, Nino Batsiashvili only 18.5% against Tan Zhongyi, who has 38.4% chance to win. Yeah, Nino is struggling in this event and the stats is favoring the more experienced world champion Tan Zhongyi. So let's see if this statistic is going to be correct or if we're going to see a lot of decisive games today.
Well, but surprisingly, the stats are also favoring draws. Let's have a look at the development in the game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru. Humpy actually went bishop d6. You know, that was a very important inclusion in the variation. And after knight e4, she played something else. So we were analyzing the
By the way, just to pause you, knight e4, this is the first time Carissa took a serious thought because she was at 1 hour 30 minutes before that move. So she took 23 minutes to play this I think only move, knight e4.
The thing is, after Humpy made this move bishop d6, so if Carissa is still in her preparation, then she knows that this is the best move. Okay, and she knows that here she needs to be careful. So she needs also to be careful and remember all her lines, because a few of those, if you don't make the best moves, you are lost. So she's done. So knight e4, and here bishop e5 was played, by the way. We analyzed queen h3, queen f5, but bishop e5.
But another big thing by Humpy Koneru, who is only at 41 minutes right now.
Yes, but she needs to find her way to Carissa's king. So bishop e5 is allowing queen c6, but the bishop is alive, so then you can play queen h3. Let's analyze the straightforward line.
So keeping this as an option.
So let's analyze the straightforward line. What is going on here? What if we play queen h3 here? You no longer have queen c7, queen g3 in those lines. So can you play knight g3 here?
In that case, I continue with my play to knight g6. Yes, I want to guard it here and control this square.
Another option is to play f4 immediately here. I can see this knight is vulnerable, but for the moment, you know,
So I can capture here.
But maybe I still have a draw here. It's very dangerous for you to, unless I can take on e4 and continue the attack, by the way, but what can you do here? Okay, let me try.
Let's take.
Let me try and take on e4. So what else can you do here? You can play knight g3 once again. It's a chaotic position, very unbalanced, and so if you play queen h3,
I would even wait. You know, I like the queen where it is. I just want to improve my knight.
Knight g6. Now this line looks
This is becoming quite scary.
For white, yes. So we have to be more precise with
Wait,
white.
but no, actually, no. I think this is maybe a blunder because now this is a take and then this rook is hanging.
Bishop b4 is allowing. Yes, because before knight on f8, this was not a check. Okay, so after knight g3, no, I wanted to give a check. Where are you going?
g1.
g1. But then, okay, is there any way for me to bring an extra piece to the attack? For the moment, after bishop e3, you will play rook e3. And then maybe after rook e3, you can even take on a8, and you know your knight is pinned, and you can no longer bring it to the attack. Okay, this maybe not bishop f4. And if I give you a check here...
Still king g1.
Okay, by the way, you could have played knight g3 here immediately if you want to enter this position. So maybe after bishop f4, yes, I cannot even take on f4. Because what else can I do here? My rooks are hanging. I'm simply losing. So knight g3, maybe f4. The immediate f4 after queen h3 is actually working.
So maybe no queen h3, maybe queen f5.
Queen f5, yes, that was another idea that we explored. So after f4, we could take on e4. Yes, that's a better option. Queen f5 with the idea of playing knight g6 now and queen f3. So queen f5, let's continue this line.
So take the pawn on f3.
Knight g3, f3, and so can I use the position of black's bishop, and the thing is that your bishop is pinned, and make a move. I would want to make this move, but then you will take and I will lose the game, yes?
I think so, because now there is this bishop takes f2 really strong move.
So I
and
can't.
we know this typical pattern of a checkmate.
I can't, and I can't play d6 because my queen is
I really like my queen on f3 because it's stopping any f4 stuff, and I have a direct idea now. Again, knight g6, knight h4, and queen g2.
Is there any way to force a draw here for white, by the way? After knight e4, we saw that a lot of lines, they end up with a forced draw. Nazi, I'm pretty sure that you know what white have to do after queen f5.
So Nazi, help us. How is white surviving after queen f5?
So I think since Carissa is taking her first long thing, right, 30 minutes, she was not expecting bishop e5, or maybe she forgot the exact line. So she can play two moves here, either knight g3 or the line you are looking at, queen takes c6. And your question is what to do after queen f5, correct? Well, here, there's a couple of different moves. She can play d6. Maybe knight g3 is a more natural move.
So then queen takes f3.
Queen takes f3, and here we play bishop to c5. Not the only move, but it's the best move.
And knight g6.
Knight g6. Now we have rook e3.
Okay, so we are developing the rook to kick the queen away.
Probably g4, right? So you still want to keep the f4 open for your knight. And now I'll play d6. It's time to open this diagonal for our queen. If you take, I'll take bishop d6. It's
h5.
Yeah, this is very sharp. Queen d5 check. Was this necessary? It's fine. King h8 and take on e5. Take with the knight. All right. Queen e4. This queen is moving very slowly all the way back. And yes, now I'm either trading queens or, well, you can't play queen g5. So I think
Yeah, you're almost forced to trade queens here.
Yeah, and I think black's attack is fizzling here.
Well, can you start with h4 here and
right now?
Well, yes, I want to trade queens on my terms here after knight. Rook e4.
That's a nice move. Very equal. Yes, it's very good. And if after bishop e5, queen c6, black plays queen h3 here, white. Oh, I thought white had only moved, but still both moves are available, f4 and knight g3.
We decided that the conclusion is f4 is the best move in this position, but then
knight g6.
Knight g6.
And here only moves begin, right? d6 is the best move, knight h4, knight g3. Again, that queen is saving the day. Bishop takes d6 and just bishop c5. Oh, right, e8 is hanging.
Okay, we didn't look at this d6 move, but it's just extremely important to open the diagonal for the queen.
In a lot of lines, that's the only move for white.
Yeah, we were looking at this move, but the queen was on c6. I couldn't make it work. Yes, this is the perfect execution.
Carissa has taken on c6. There was another line I was looking at. I think it was queen h3, knight g3 I was looking at. And here on knight g6, again, its only move is d6. As you can see, everything else just loses. Knight h4 and f4, so it kind of transposes to immediately f4. But these moves have to happen for Carissa to be okay. I do think if both players continue playing the way they have been, we're going to reach some kind of a drawing game.
What a sharp battle.
Yeah, and let's take a look where these players are in the standings, because this is an extremely important game for the standing. Humpy Koneru in clear lead with 4.5 points, and Carissa 1 point behind her, so that's why she chose this kind of aggressive approach with white pieces. She's risking, but hoping to confuse maybe Humpy and win the game. But so far, it looks like maybe Humpy is the one who is attacking.
Katerina, let's continue with the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze. Thalia gave us a lot of interesting insights about this game. So Nino went for the plan with c6, d5. We were happy about it. But then let's have a look how Mariya reacted, because I think she's worse now with the white pieces. She took on d5. Nana developed her bishop on f5. It's a very important move because she can now make use of this knight, either knight c5 or knight b4, attacking the pawn on d3. You know, it's a very dubious line for Mariya. Then knight c3 and knight b4 entering the play. So Mariya decided to play knight e4 here. That's the indirect way of protecting the pawn on d3. But here I think that Black can comfortably take on d5, and Black has excellent play in this position because this weakness might be there forever.
No, I'm even looking, it's not necessary to do that, but even at some ideas, like I capture here, you recapture, queen b4. Now this knight is pinned, so you cannot really retreat.
Bishop d2 maybe.
Or maybe you have queen. Maybe you have queen d2
queen
here.
d2.
That's the problem.
Even queen d2.
Queen d2 because then the knight recaptures. But if the bishop went here, the knight take there, and just kind of a mess. So looking how to take advantage of still this king being in the center. But as you said, it's probably better just to recapture this pawn. Or what if I increase pressure? Rook c8.
I need to castle.
Support this fork. You castle. Not king f1. You castle. And then probably I just recapture.
Black has wonderful position. The only move I would be worried about is bishop g5 here. If we continue with bishop g5.
Okay, one more fix. So I'm going to start with this move. You will go here, and then I will go here, because maybe I want both of my knights to be in the center. How does that sound?
I love this idea, because then you will bring your knight to d4. And, well, I think that Black is much better here. And it will be also a golden opportunity for Nana Dzagnidze to come back in her tournament, because she won yesterday. She spotted the blunder by Nino Batsiashvili, but before that she lost 2 games in a row. So it's very important, of course, to continue to fight.
So are we predicting here rook c8? Or capture on d8? Because I agree, your idea of this white bishop wanting to go here and pin the knight is slightly uncomfortable for Black.
But I wanted
maybe that's
to
why
take
I wanted
knight d5 immediately.
Which knight?
This knight.
This knight, okay.
Because I was worried about bishop g5. And you
Short
can also
castle?
play knight c6, just in case, with the same idea. Yes, so knight c6 and knight d4, so I like this, but you can play rook d8 as well. Maybe the rook is better on d8 here.
Putting pressure on d3. But Nancy, you have some news in the game of Alice Lee.
Yes, I do. No huge changes, but there's some little nuances in the position that maybe Alice didn't handle too well. So in this position, after Alina's last move, a5, White was supposed to play just e3 to stop Black from playing f4. But maybe Alice underestimated or is not afraid of f4, and she played rook e1, allowing Alina to go f4, which has happened, and we have this position currently on the board. It's a little bit uncomfortable for White. I know you can see the eval bar says just triple zeros, but it's not easy to play this position with White. What moves come to mind? Because the computer suggestions are not that obvious to me.
So what about e4?
Okay, well, Katerina, I thought that move was not natural, but it came to you. e4 is the best move.
Oh, it's the best move.
Yes.
Well, I want to fight in the center. I feel otherwise rook fe1, why did we go there? Unless we want to push the pawn forward.
That's true. However, I was worried about the f3 square, right? After we play e4, there's going to be some bishop g4s, and that's why I thought this wasn't a good move, but according to the engine it is. So if I go immediately bishop g4, I think just computer plays f3 and is fine with this.
Thing is, I wanted to play queen e5, but then I had in mind that the queen is not the best blocker. So is this a good move?
That's
maybe
still
queen
the
f6?
best move.
Oh, Queen
Yes.
f6, rook e8 is also a possibility.
Queen
What do you
f6
think?
is also good, yes. So black just plays on dark squares, and you always have to watch out for these f3s or even f takes g in this position. Another move besides e4 that Engine suggests is knight b5, which kind of is going in the wrong direction, allowing bishop c6 and still playing e4 here. This is more difficult, right, to find at the board. So I think Alice will find e4. If she doesn't, if we make, let's say, a prophylaxis move like queen c2, black moves are very easy. Rook f6, rook f8, double, and play on the king side.
Nazi, and I know this opening very well, so you know that when black plays f4, then they equalize comfortably.
Yeah.
So I think that Alina has a very nice play from now on.
Yes, objectively it's equal, but practically maybe it's easier to play for black. And do you agree, Almira, that Alice should have played e3 here?
Yes. Well, we analyzed the move f4 even in the previous position, so I know that black has to seize the moment and to play f4. So e3 is a very important inclusion in this position, of course. And
yeah, after this, Alice would maintain a small advantage. Let's see, she made a move. She played e4. Very nice. And now I think Alina will choose between queen f6 or queen e5. And it's equal, but Alice has to be careful. Easier to play for black, for sure.
But why is it? If I go here, queen c2.
Okay. Let's say
I want to bring yes my rook to
okay,
e8.
I go.
It's hard to find moves for white. You don't have any active moves.
I wonder if black. Well, black wants to play b6 and maybe g5 even.
Yes.
Can you
why
play
not?
g5 here? Yes.
Yeah. Let's make a move for white first.
So let's go. f3. Okay, let's do that.
f3. Here, black takes. Immediately starts targeting the g3 pawn. King. Oops. King h2?
King f2. Queen f2.
Queen f2, all right. Ooh, tactics, right? Knight takes d4
Oh,
is
just
ready
a pin.
here.
Okay.
So yeah, it seems weak here on the king side.
Nazi, I feel that the best chance for white here would be, like I know that you have to trade queens because this position is too dangerous, so maybe you need to trade the queens.
You have to at least try, yes. And in this position, it is forced because c7 is hanging, and of course, black doesn't want to go queen d8. So queen c3, but it does allow this f3 move. It's not dangerous because queens are off the board, but it's still maybe slightly uncomfortable for white. But this is the best choice for
Yes, this looks like black is really having some pressure on white. I'm not very happy of having as white that black pawn on f3.
Actually, I didn't see that c7 was hanging. I wanted to play queen h6. You know, I'm always looking for a mate.
Queen h6?
But of course, yes, but knight c7 here is winning.
I mean, I think in blitz, this is a good strategy.
Yes,
it
no,
would
no,
work.
No, no. Then
like this.
if knight b5 is forcing the trade, then probably Alice has to play it.
She has to go for it and go to the end game, yes.
Katerina, one more look at the game between Harika Dronavalli and Bibisara Assaubayeva. I will not announce some dramatic events or turn of events or some incredible twist, but they traded the queens.
But we have a big update in the other game between Nino and Tan Zhongyi. We just said that Nino was better, but look at this move. B4 got 2 question marks. Huge mistake. Now after, well, it's not that white is losing, but here white was much better. We remember the plan? Rook b1 and then b4. Well, she played immediately b4, and now after a takes b, here she was supposed to play a5 to keep position equal. She played knight b5 check. Now after king b8, Engine says it's only black who can be better. And after some think, it goes to close to -1.
So if I go knight d6, one would think it could be a transposition. I throw the rook there later.
She can go knight c4, and we can bring our queen to c5. You know,
better version for black for sure.
Bring our queen to
you
c5.
can take, go rook b1, let's say, but here, I already have b3, right? You don't get to take the pawn back. There's a huge difference, of course.
But if I capture on c4 with knight,
instead of knight c4, bishop c4, I mean, takes,
bishop takes,
and maybe h3. Yeah.
Still black better.
Yep, black Black's attack apparently more dangerous in this position than White's.
But can we play in a positional way just one more try with a knight on d6? Because, okay, this knight is a monster. When you took bishop c4, d takes c4, rook b1, b3, and can I just try queen c3?
Yes, I put this on the board, and now Black plays f6.
Yeah, well, a5.
a5 would take on e5.
And take on e5.
And h3.
h3 once again. So
-2 in this position.
So you're going to open the h file and
g3, then you're...
g3, apparently c5 is even strong.
Here. Ah, okay, but c5 is a very interesting move. You want to bring someone on c6? Or?
I believe so, and I'm also waiting for you to move the knight. As soon as you do, I go queen f7, and I come in on the king side. So, yeah, things have turned around in this game. Tan Zhongyi was in big trouble from the early opening, and now it's Nino who has to be very careful in this position. She's already slightly worse.
And again, it's like the right idea of Nino. It's just the move order which makes a big difference.
Yep.
So, dramatic turn of events in this game, but here in the game between Harika Dronavalli and Bibisara Assaubayeva, let's have a close look at the moves. In this game,
no c5 by Bibisara, which we are discussing as being the best move. If we move back a bit.
Here, we were discussing this move c5, but Bibisara played bishop b7, and Harika immediately played c5. You know, she understood that c5 for Black is a very important inclusion to equalize the game. So c5, rook d8, and Harika played knight e4. She wanted to trade queens, and Black attacking potential, you know, disappeared. It evaporated.
So king f8, the idea is to defend the bishop, so this knight can jump anywhere freely. And maybe not castling, because this rook has a nice development via the h5.
Yeah, well, you can't castle comfortably here, so king f8 is a very interesting move. Knight c4, knight d8. You were absolutely right. She wants to trade the dark square bishops. Knight c7, rerouting her knight to e6. Not only d5 at some moment, but e6 is also a very important square. So, and is this the position on the board? So, apologize. Okay, how am I getting rid of those, Katerina? So Harika is
How do we feel about this position?
More or less.
So do we try to keep the dark square bishop and move it away and allow this monster to be at this diagonal?
No, I think it's important to trade this one, but at the same time, if you take on g7, how are you going to protect the pawn on c5? Let's say a very simple variation to illustrate this. Okay, either you play e3 or let's say you castle. Yes, here knight comes to e6. You can play b4 here, protecting the pawn and not allowing Black to play a5 also at some moment. You can go knight a5, knight b3 if you need an extra protection. But here, after b4, what is the problem? That the knight is weak now, so you can play bishop a6.
Now you can't easily move the knight away, and after you defend it, then maybe this knight can be also coming into action.
I thought even rook b8 is
rook
possible,
b8,
then activate
putting
the other
pressure on this pawn. Yeah, suddenly White's pieces are maybe fixing some issues instead of working together to create some threats.
And should we get back to the game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru?
Let's see if they have any other moves. So Carissa Yip.
Excited about this game. So what were the moves? Knight g3.
Knight g3.
No, was it our analysis? Let's bring the position. So queen c6, queen f5. Actually, Carissa is still thinking.
So no
moves have been played yet. Is Carissa in trouble? Does she remember her preparation after bishop b5? And for the first time, I think Humpy Koneru just left the board because it gave her confidence that she played the best move in the position and she can leave the board. I remember we had some technical glitch a few days ago where we saw, I think, Alice Lee, but Humpy Koneru was not on the board, but she was actually thinking. So we have the proof that Humpy Koneru is there. She just left the board.
Also, they so far have only 19 moves that they made, and Humpy Koneru has last 30 minutes on the board. So she wants maybe to take a break, so when she comes back, she's ready to to make sure she's not spending that much time. And she's refreshed. Yeah, here we see Carissa 54 minutes on the clock against 32 minutes.
And what happened in the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze? A lot of interesting games, openings that we want to cover, and many positions that are not standard, Katerina. You know, they're not the patterns that we've seen very often. So this is the position.
So let's see what Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze. So there was this knight e4 move, and Nana Dzagnidze captured on d5 with the f knight.
Yes, that was our conclusion. Yes, after thorough analysis, we decided that knight f d5 is a very good move, and getting rid of this option, bishop g5 for white, another option less, and knight c6, of course, after e3, castle, and she decided to play rook f d8, and probably she will bring another rook to c8 and knight d4. Okay, I think that
this
Nana
looks very comfortable for black.
Yes,
you have this target. The only problem is that white has a pair of bishops, and these bishops can be quite strong, but the good thing now is that anytime this knight wants to capture the bishop, black always can.
But with the rook on d8 and with the knight on c6 and the pawn on e5, as I told you, this is going to be a life target, a long-term target. So black should find a plan, you know, double. Maybe she wants to double the rook on the d file and to attack it immediately. This is also a very powerful plan. So after bishop e3, the c5 square is under attack. So if we play rook d7 immediately, maybe white can continue with knight c5. And you know, if you go d6 or d8, then I can come to e4, you know, and it will be a repetition of moves. So you cannot play rook d7 immediately here. What else can you do?
Yeah, I think this is a critical moment because sometimes you simply grab the rook in the corner, put it on c file, but then you realize maybe you missed an opportunity of putting more pressure on this pawn. So white needs only a few moves also. If white plays something like rook here, queen there, rook here, maybe white is fine. So those are 3 moves. So black is looking if maybe before white does this, black has something stronger.
Yes, and white wants to get rid of this weakness and play d4. What can you do? You can play rook e1. I don't think that this is a viable plan in this position. You can also play rook c1 and b4, trying to force something like this. Let's say rook d8 was played and bishop b3. Let's illustrate something. Let's illustrate the point h6.
Okay.
Rook c1. h6 is always a useful move. And let's say you will play rook c8. Although in these positions you can always play a5, you know, so to counter this plan. But maybe you can play b4 here. And with the idea of playing b5, forcing you to play knight d4 and then getting rid of the weakness. So I want to take with the bishop on d4 and e takes d4, you know, we'll close the d file. But then, this maybe, yes, there are a few interesting plans in this position.
And I understand why Nana is now taking time, because I think it is a somewhat positionally maybe crucial moment to decide how she wants to continue in this position, because another idea could be maybe at some moment pushing the knight back and just getting the other knight in the center, and we don't want to do it immediately because then when the bishop takes, you have to recapture with the pawn. But you really want to recapture with the bishop to keep, with the rook, to keep putting pressure on this d3. So I'm curious what's going to happen. As you see the bar, black is more comfortable. The engine is also evaluating that black is better in this position.
Katerina, and one other possibility that we didn't mention, of course, and I think that's why Nana is puzzled, that after bishop b3, you also have this opportunity. You know, we were not discussing it before because this knight is so powerful on d5. And so should we take on e3? You know,
not a big fan of it, but we can always check it.
Yes,
we're
we have
helping
to check
maybe
it.
white to connect the pawns to have a better pawn structure. But yes, we are taking away one bishop and the dark squares who had a lot of control over the dark squares, and now the rook is putting more pressure on the d3 immediately.
So that's why Nana is puzzled, but at the same time, Mariya didn't have another square. You know, where can she develop this bishop? Bishop g2, bishop g5 is met by f6, so bishop e3 is more or less forced, and then after knight e3 here, let's check this structure. Can you survive here with white? Because I think that you can also defend the d3 pawn by playing knight f2, and the bishop is hanging here for the moment. You know?
Right, so far I don't have to be defending anything. You have to defend the bishop, so bishop g6 maybe.
Bishop g6 here.
And then queen e2.
No, queen e2, then f5. I thought that maybe that's Mariya's idea, to fix the knight on e4 and not allowing...
I'm not sure if I'm that worried of f5, but yeah, g4 just not allowing the f5
maybe
at all
queen
being
d7,
pushed.
Queen d7 looks very dubious. So targeting this pawn immediately, who knows? Maybe I can play knight c5, knight e4. It's a critical moment. I agree with you, Katerina. I think the move that Nana makes here might slip the advantage away or might consolidate it.
And as we are always saying, we are playing a Cairns Cup that is all-female tournament. We are now all-female crew here together with Thalia, Cervantes, and we also have 2 female arbiters. The chief arbiter, Maya Meyers, and the deputy arbiter, Anastasia Sorokina. So these ladies are making sure the rules are followed. So far, I think the biggest work is always to check it is a 3-fold repetition, because that's happening every round. But as we were discussing with them during dinner, there are very often questions that even the players are asking about the rules, and they have to be there ready to answer them.
Yes, and we asked the arbiters to tell us stories, a bit like Yasser, you know, about the difficult situations that they had in their career and how the decisions are taken during those moments.
Yeah, and I was surprised that once they said that the problem is with promoting, that people don't know how to promote, and then they have difficulties kind of assessing.
And pieces flying off the board, I think, is the major issue during the tournament.
But Nazi, you have for us some news.
Yes, there was another mistake in this game between Nino and Tan Zhongyi. This time it's Tan who made a mistake. So as we talked about it here, she was supposed to play knight c4, much stronger move, and black had the initiative. But she chose a passive move, knight c8, and I think I know why. I think she's hoping that after queen c5, she simply plays rook d8. But this is another blunder. White wins a pawn. Knight takes f7. It's important for black not to blunder this. Somehow, because of the position, black is still okay and not losing in this endgame, but black would suffer here. So after knight c8, now Nino needs to play queen c5, and again, she's slightly better.
But they're listening to our commentary. That's the line that we analyzed. I remember that you have to play f6 there, not rook d8.
Yes. After queen c5 here,
you need to play
f6 and a5. No, I mean, black was supposed to play knight c4. After knight c8, black is just worse. Because here, even after f6, it's still very uncomfortable for black. As you can see, they didn't manage to start anything on the king side, but white's improving a little at a time. And I'm also hearing that there's some updates happening in Carissa's game, so let's check here. Some moves have been made. Bishop c5. Okay, they're following our line. Rook e3 and queen g4. We had this exact position on the board, and now
D6.
Carissa needs to play d6. Absolutely. It's not the only move, but it's the best move, because second best is bishop b4, which doesn't make much sense. Why would we play bishop b4? Let's say h5. Or actually, there's too many good moves here for black. Black would even go after this bishop like rook b8 or a5. So I don't think we're going to see bishop b4. And
just double the rooks, rook a e1.
In this position?
Yes.
All right, let's check. Rook e1.
And I'm keeping that d6 as an opportunity. Oh no, I'm dropping a pawn.
Ah, that's the idea behind bishop b4. You're protecting the pawn on c4. You know, we found this out.
Okay. Sometimes it's just simple answers, right? Yes, after queen g4. So if she goes d6, then there's no way to take on c4, right? There's no time. c7's hanging. You take here, I take on d6. I can't take back, unfortunately. If I go knight f4, are we worried here? Apparently not.
I'm always worried. If so, I have my king that is weak and my opponent has a queen and knight there, then I'm worried.
Having this many holes around the king, absolutely. I would always be worried as well. But the idea is that you can always come back to f3 and offer the queen trade, and then looks like white is fine here.
But you know, Nazi, is it possible to know these lines, because we expect Carissa to be prepared with this queen takes b7 without knowing this move d6? Because it's in so many lines, right? You always rely on the queen being able to come back.
Yeah, I'm sure she sees d6. It's just that she played at the right moment. That's the question. Yeah, both of them have to have seen that after d6, white king is absolutely safe.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Carissa remembers her preparation. She spent a lot of time on her last move. You need to check all the lines in your head, you know, because it's one thing to see it on the computer at home, and then to have the position or one of the lines of her preparation on the board.
Agreed, and she's taking her time here. She has 20-minute advantage.
Yeah, so she can really calculate what she wants to do next. Now, the St. Louis area was recently struck by a devastating tornado, so we want to ask you to donate now to support the City of St. Louis efforts to provide immediate relief and long-term rebuilding of areas impacted by the May 16, 2025 tornado. We invite everyone, from local city supporters to chess fans worldwide, to stand with St. Louis. Every dollar donated will be matched up to $150,000, creating a total impact of up to $300,000. Type chess in the special instructions to have your donation matched. Visit stlouischessclub.org for more information.
And as we go to break, Yasser sat down with International Master Carissa and as well Grandmaster Humpy Koneru. Let's take a look. Serena, did you see those interviews?
No.
How do you think women's chess has evolved over the last few years?
Oh, very drastically. That's in a positive way. Like we have plenty of women tournaments, like invitation tournaments like Cairns Cup, Norway, and we also have the Grand Prix series.
Exactly.
So there are a lot of tournaments which are specifically aimed for women and also very good prize funds so that they could survive professionally. But way back when I became a grandmaster in 2002, like it was very difficult to be a professional. Like
Precisely.
So that way, it's a very good sign that the future for women chess is much more brighter.
I think for me, growing up in this environment where women's chess has like continued to grow and blossom over the past decade, I think even like exponentially, it's been like really great. And I think the St. Louis Chess Club and US Chess have done a wonderful job in like increasing the prize fund and being like sort of the leaders for like giving such wonderful opportunities to girls and women in the US. And I think these tournaments, I play in a lot of St. Louis tournaments. They've definitely motivated me to like keep playing, keep improving, and to play in such like wonderful conditions against other top women. It has been wonderful.
Yeah, I can say that the situation is getting better. Still, we do not have so many tournaments as men do. But I think that the level of women's chess in general is getting better, and especially in some countries, the rivalry is very difficult.
And I absolutely agree. It's increased greatly, I want to say. And the rivalries are intense. They're very, very challenging here in the United States. The U.S. Women's Championships are getting really good. Why? Why are women improving so much?
I think because of the young girls, they want to become successful. They have opportunities, much more opportunities than, as you mentioned, many years ago. And
Right.
Why not? I mean, chess is a nice game. You can travel, you can meet friends.
Right.
I was so lucky because when I was 10 years old, it wasn't a lot of chess tournaments for women and prizes aren't very high. And I remember that I was 13 years old and I coming for the World Rapid and Blitz in Saudi Arabia. And it was the first tournament for women where was very high prize fund. And I even take 10th place, and in 13 years old it was fantastic result. And after this, I was very happy to see that the prize fund, and we also have a lot of tournaments, Cairns Cup, Grand Prix, Grand Swiss. Sometimes I think I played in the women's chess tournaments more than in opens.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really good. For example, after this tournament, I also will go for the World Cup and Grand Swiss and maybe European club team. So a lot of women's tournament.
Especially recent years, I think it has evolved a lot. I think it can be because of the technology, because of women's tournament we have more and more. Nowadays, I think for young kids and young girls, it's more easier to become women grandmasters, IM, and so on, because they have much more opportunities than we had in their age, yes. So I think it's good. And also conditions and prizes increased, so yeah, it's all good, of course.
To me, a major change that has happened is that players now have the liberty to choose for themselves. So if you look at my predecessors, such as Xie Jun and Zhu Cheng, once they formed their own family, they gradually quit chess and were no longer active. But now, if you look at my generation, increasingly we see women players, even after getting married, having their children, they continue to play. They continue to carry out their career, not only because they would like to do so, but also increasingly they're receiving support from their families as well. I think this is mainly a change in mentality, in the way that people think about their career, and that's one huge improvement that has happened in the last 10-20 years.
Well, I think in general it's getting better and better. We have more women's chess players, we have more tournaments with great prize funds, which of course attracts a lot of women. We have a lot of young girls who are eager to beat all the records. So I think that we are doing great.
I think it's changed quite a bit in sort of the last, let's say like 10 years since I really started playing quite seriously. I remember like my first few like US Junior girls, they're kind of held in like these, we had like independent sponsors for them, and it wasn't anything very in the system, I guess. And so kind of every year it's like a question of whether or not we'll be able to play like the junior girls until I moved here to St. Louis. And yeah, I think the junior girls has been around for many years now, and hopefully will continue to be. I kind of see women's chess evolving, especially quickly in the last couple years. We had like the women's section of Norway Chess, which is great to see. We have the Cairns Cup now. So yeah, I think it's something that's very important, and I'm kind of happy to see it progress.
I mean, a lot than, since the beginning when we see the conditions and everything to now, of course, it evolved a lot more. And I think that also motivates us to do well and to give all that we can, because it's been 25 years I started my World Youth Championship, and the conditions evolved so much that I feel as a beginner and playing again and again for this to play our best. So this motivation is still there, I think, because of the evolving the tournaments of women's chess, the conditions, the stature of it. Definitely, I think it's hard to pinpoint one, but one of it I would say is the prize fund increased heavily. Which is very good. That's why I think one of the way for the people also to see, when they see the prize fund, they will be inspired too. So definitely there are also the conditions of the tournaments. There are more and more important events now. I mean, I don't see myself sitting at home this whole year. Like, you know, there are so many important tournaments. So yeah, I hope it gets better, bigger, and I am there to compete.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Welcome back to the 7th round of Cairns Cup, and let's take a look at standings before we dive into the games. So standings after round 6.
Almira, standings after round 6, Humpy Koneru is leading the event with 4.5 points. Alina Kashlinskaya got very close, 4 points out of 6. Harika Dronavalli and Carissa and Alice Lee are sharing the 3rd place with 3.5 points out of 6. And Carissa is playing the tournament leader today, Humpy Koneru, with the white pieces. And this is a wild game. So let's have a look at this game, Katerina. A lot is at stake during this round.
So Alice Lee with white against Alina Kashlinskaya. I see that Alina made her last move, which is King H8. That is a somewhat surprising move.
You wanted to, because I wanted just to have a glance at the game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru. So D6 is on the board, by the way.
All right, so we are going now to the Carissa games first.
Yes, and we know that C takes D6 was a very important inclusion. However, Humpy Koneru went for the pawn on C4. She took on C4.
It's not a good move.
It allows D7, right? So what if I try Almira for D7? I mean, my pawn is pretty far away. I want to go even further.
So D7 is a very important push. So, Nazi, please show us.
Katerina, the Yasser would ask you, you're not taking the pawn on C7? But you're right, D7 is a better move. Just, I'm doing Yasser's job here.
So Yasser appreciates you.
Yasser is not here.
I hope so. I hope so. So after D6, I was looking at this line. Black was supposed to take on D6 first. Then we looked at Knight F4. There's some also lines after H5. I'll show you one important line here. Rook D8, C5, and there's some beautiful lines, but everything ends with like 3-move repetition. Okay. But we see that Humpy just took on C4, which is a very brave move. I mean, she's allowing the pawn to get all the way to the 7th rank. Of course, we should also consider the take c7. Why not take the pawn?
I thought you just go one of the rook to c8, and then you are targeting that pawn with the bishop as well.
That's also a good move. You can play rook c8, and game goes on. Rook e4. You can go queen f7, rook d1. You will take on c7, but I have very active pieces. But after queen c4, and by the way, after some think, it got a question mark. Carissa played the best move, d7 on the board. Now rook d8 only move, and quickly responded with rook d8, which is the best move. Now, question is, what does Humpy do about this pawn? You can't get rid of it. As long as it remains here, your rooks are stuck, cannot move. You have a very passive position. Best move, you have to include your king, king f7. Will we see this move? Not sure, because it still looks like it's not too safe to come out. But according to the engine, this is the best move. After which white plays b4. I'm guessing the idea is just to defend the bishops to free our queen. Now rook b8, queen moves back to f3, a5. I mean, this is so strange. We have pawn on d7, king on f7, and yet moves are made on the queen side. This is the best play.
Nazi, I have a question. Instead of king f7,
yes,
I think king f7 is the idea that, let's say, if black plays something like
bishop
h6,
d6. No,
let's
bishop.
say h6.
h6?
Can I capture queen takes a8? Do I want to do that? Queen captures the rook and then promoting?
It's a very good question. Why is this losing?
No, I don't think so, because the bishop on c5.
So let's see, rook
But
captures.
I could move it, right? Let's check.
Okay.
Rook d8, you go king
It's
somewhere.
possible that the white king is still very weak.
Yeah, I think the knight jumps and knight and queen would be too strong of a team. Or just, wow, f5, f4 is coming. So this is losing for white.
So that's the moments when the rooks are actually disconnected, that the queen is better with the other minor pieces.
Yeah, black has active pieces and white king is in trouble. So here the trade is not good.
I think that king f7 is actually preparing bishop d6, because you have rook e8 otherwise. That's
You're right.
idea.
You can't move the bishop. There is always rook e8. So king f7 is a helpful move for sure. But let's say I make a random move, like
that's
a3.
why you need to play b4 to protect the bishop on c5.
Well, I don't think it's bishop d6 the computer wants. It's knight e7.
Knight e7 as well.
Yes, and bishop on c5 is hanging, right? If we tried bishop d6, then knight comes to e4, and white still manages to defend c5 square. c5 bishop, I mean. Wow. But king f7, not an easy move to find. And, I mean, she can play something else. Let's start with rook b8. It's such a aesthetically pleasing position for white with the pawn on d7, but just like, how do we make progress? This knight somehow needs to get to e6.
So we can play b4 because of rook b4, of course. What can we do? b3.
Maybe b3, yeah, just to kick the queen out. Where does the queen go?
Queen g4.
Apparently that's losing.
How is this losing?
So we start with the check, king h8, and okay, this is impossible to see. h3.
What is that?
So I think black queen doesn't have many good scores to go to. That's the idea. If you take, I'll have, okay, it's not even a discovery move. Bishop a7 is winning.
And now I want to
can
capture
take
actually the
queen
rook after rook a8 and have a backrank checkmate.
Exactly. And if you go queen h4, do I still have? Yes, I still do. Bishop a7. So we distracted the queen on this side, and now bishop a7 is winning.
So Carissa's preparation has finally paid off, because queen c4, we know that this is a mistake.
Yes.
But what puzzles me that this changes the character of the game completely, because you wanted to keep the queen on the king's side and launch an attack, and there were a lot of tactical resources to stay in the game. While now, and especially like a lot of perpetual checks, while now black has to find a few only moves to continue the battle.
And look at the time.
Right,
Humpy Koneru has only 17 minutes. Less than 17 minutes for 15 moves.
This is going to end up in time trouble. As you can see, Humpy's already a bit nervous, shaking her leg. She knows 15 moves, 16 minutes in this complicated position will be very tough for her. She needs to find the only moves.
And for Carissa, she has already 30 minutes advantage. And probably also maybe remembering her preparation or this idea of pawn on d7 being strong.
She played d7 almost at tempo, and rook d1, she knows. What a wild game, Katerina, once again, and this might change the standings completely. So let's have a look at the game between Alice Lee and Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina Kashlinskaya is on the second place right now, and she was trying to play to seize the initiative with the black pieces. However, here she's still thinking. By the way, Alice, let's have a look. She played queen e5 here. Alice decided to avoid the trade of queens. She played queen d2, king h8 was played, and then a3, preparing this move b4. And for the moment, Alina is still thinking. It's very interesting. So how should you continue here? Because one of the standard maneuvers here, since you played queen e5, would be queen h5, yes?
And then I'm supporting even bishop h3, or also push with the pawn to f3, or also rook f6,
yes,
rook h6.
Of course, f3 with idea of f3, but also with rook f6, rook h6.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities. I like this move, queen h5.
If e5 doesn't win immediately, then we are fine. Then we can play queen h5, but I think after e5 we can simply take. Okay, maybe let's first play b4 after queen h5. I think it's very important to consider this move first. So b4, it takes b4, it takes b4. Okay, your knight needs to move somewhere. You can't go knight b3, I will take it. Knight a4 is a bit out of play. But
so let's go knight e6.
Knight e6. And here, can we play...
By the way, Alina made the move rook f6, and the engine is saying it's a question mark. It's not a good move.
Okay, so rook f6 is already on the board. Okay, let's have a look. Why rook f6 is a mistake here? I think that you have to play b4 here.
That was the idea. So maybe we continue and pawn captures.
Pawn captures, then you have to play... I'm worried.
You need to think like an engine to punish rook f6.
Like an engine. Okay, so let's refresh.
Yeah, b4 is a very natural looking move. You just played a3, you want to play b4, but I can show you what is actually winning.
Tell us how to think like an engine, Nazi.
Well, and we know Alice is absolutely capable of this. After rook f6, she needs to drop back knight f3, attacking the queen. Doesn't matter where your queen goes, h5 or e7, guess what? E5.
There's e5 and then b4 because the bishop on d7 will be hanging.
And all black pieces are under attack all at once. Let's say you play rook somewhere,
h6.
rook h6.
But then you can take on f4.
Here I can even take on f4, right? So maybe rook f5, it's an awkward looking move, but okay, then we just take on d6. We don't even need b4 at this moment, right? So after knight f3, let's take a look at queen e7 maybe to protect that bishop. e5, oh, now he takes these coming with discovery. So if you take, now I take knight e5. This is looking very bad for black. Maybe rook drops back. Now I'll go b4. And just winning the pawn on d6 with a great position. So Alina missed. It's so easy to miss opponents' backward moves, especially with knight and bishop. Those are the hardest moves to find.
Well, intuitively, I wanted to make queen h5 in order to avoid e5. So, no, let's say instead of rook f6, was this...
By the way, I have bad news. I think Alice, she went with b4.
Maybe she rushed, yes. I saw that she immediately responded with b4. Huge missed opportunity. I mean, she's still better, but here... And Alina also didn't play the best move. She should have included this in-between move f takes g, h takes g, and then gone knight e6. This was the best. We see a takes b is on the board. Again, knight f3 is still winning, but a takes b, and now Alina again needs to include g3, which I think she will now, right? It's easier to do it now. Because if she moves knight e6 immediately, we already know knight f3 and e5 just winning for white. But if she finds the right move, let's take a look what happens here. Can I have some in-between move like f4? This is what I was trying to figure out, but...
Take on h2?
Yes, g takes h2. King h1?
King h1.
I'm still taking the knight on c5, right? You play rook f4.
Yeah.
I go bishop takes c5. How many pawns do you have? 3? Yes.
3 for the moment, and I cannot take on c5, unfortunately.
White is having a lot of pressure on the d file, and I can always go knight f3, and the white king behind that black pawn is actually extremely safe, even safer than if that black pawn was a white pawn.
Absolutely, you're right about that. And So even though we see that engine doesn't love this, that Alice missed best move knight f3, I think practically speaking, Alina's still in big danger here. F takes g, we can just take h takes as well. Knight still has to move, and guess what? I think it's still working. No, we can't do e5 yet, because rook f3, right? So we have to spend one more tempo, queen e3. Okay, here rook f8, now we're playing for something else. e5 is no longer good. We should do something like rook d5, queen. Yeah, this is not as good for white as immediately.
But still, it looks nice when we were thinking that maybe black is the one pushing. So a lot of things can change. If Alina loses to Alice, maybe we can check on the game between Carissa and Harika and Humpy Koneru.
So Humpy went rook a b8. We analyzed this very exact line. b3 was played by Carissa, and queen g4 by Humpy Koneru. Another question mark in this variation, but 15 minutes left, no, 16 minutes now for Humpy Koneru. So okay, Humpy is attacking the rook on d1, but there was
question mark. So what can we do here to take advantage of this mistake?
Do you remember the very important idea that should follow after bishop a7 with the idea of taking on a8?
So we can start queen d5 check.
That was
forcing king
line.
To h8.
And bishop a7 now, I think.
But you have rook b5, I believe now, right? Because again, if you move to the corner, we can just refresh it. If you go there, the queen is going to capture, and then after rook captures, I am checkmating.
No, but here it doesn't work. It was not this line, Katerina, because here if you play queen a8,
there is intermediate.
Queen d1, and then I can take on d7. No, I think we
you can even take the queen. Take the queen on a8.
Yes, I can take the queen. It's even better, yes. But so that was not the line, queen d5. Could we play rook d3? Some point queen d5, let's say.
No, I like also rook d3. Maybe
no, h3. You remember that was, we need this deviation. We need to deflect the queen from d1 and then we play. I think that was.
I mean, if Carissa finds this, she can be 3 wins in a row. Really big change to the standings. And let's check in with Thalia. She has a special guest. Thalia, over to you.
Thank you so much, ladies. I am here with Amber Gunther, the creator of this beautiful set called Ladybugs and Bumblebees, which is being showcased at the World Chess Hall of Fame exhibition Pawns and Pawns. Thank you so much for being here, Amber.
Thank you for having me.
Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself as an artist and this beautiful piece?
Yeah, so I've always been interested in art ever since I was little. And in high school, I was part of the chess club and everything. So when I first started getting into resin, I was very much like, oh my goodness, I can make a chess set. And I really like animals and insects and all that. I also would be, catching insects in the backyard. So bumblebees are one of my favorite ones. So I was like, oh, I really wanted to do bumblebees. And then I was like, well, what goes well with bumblebees? And I was like, ladybugs. So that's how I came about making this chess set.
Yes, and how does it feel for you to have this chess set being presented here at the World Chess Hall of Fame and for it to become a part of the permanent collection?
Oh, definitely an honor. I was so excited when I got the email, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. So I was really excited to come see it in person, too.
That's amazing. And how can people learn more about your art and your work?
Definitely do have an Etsy store, Amber Crafts Garden, where I have other chess sets available, and can always message me anytime to learn more.
Perfect. And how do you feel about the Pawns and Pawns exhibition in general?
Oh, it was amazing to see. It's just the fact that, my chess set was here and looking at all the other chess sets were just, it's amazing what artists come up with exactly for other animal chess sets.
This being your first time in St. Louis as well, right?
Yep, first time here. I would like to see everything again too. I'm like, this has been such a good experience already, and it's only the first day.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for creating this beautiful piece and letting it be part of our exhibition. Back to you at the studio.
Thank you, Thalia. Thank you for such a wonderful interview in the Cairns Cup. It's a unique opportunity to celebrate artists, Katerina. But everything is changing, you know, while we are speaking. So without further ado, let's first have a look at the game between Harika Dronavalli and Bibisara Assaubayeva. I had the feeling that this position is very tense, so I think that Nazi can confirm my intuition. What happens after c5?
Very good intuition, Almira. So h takes g was a mistake by Bibisara, and now Harika is much better. She played h takes g, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then c5. Yes, after c5, now Harika needs to just take on a8.
So we should take on a8.
I mean, that's a pawn, right?
Yes.
Then we take on c5.
We take on c5.
And knight e5.
And
with
knight
the
e5
ideas of rook c5 and rook d7. And we know a lot of the times knight endgames are like pawn endgames. So one extra pawn here can be enough to win this game.
And we are getting that extra pawn, right? I believe you won't have a chance to defend it. But let's say you go rook ac8 to defend that pawn. I go rook d7. You go rook hf8 to really stretch your forces to defend everything. But now I have a4.
With a4, knight d4, we should continue a little bit. Because I'm threatened to take on a2 and...
Okay, then maybe I want to... Okay, king f1.
King f1.
And my idea is that if you go now, let's say a6, to simply defend this, now I go knight takes f7.
And rook d4, yes.
Now rook takes f7, you take it, but now I will take that knight on d4 because everything is pinned, and I will get the rook on c8 and I have extra pawn.
It's not over, wait. I am trying to defend. And
okay, I capture on c5.
Yes, we have to continue this variation, rook f2.
Okay, king e1.
I think black could survive this. It's unpleasant, but maybe black can survive. So maybe not allowing knight d4 was better.
Should we start with e3?
e3, exactly. Threatening a4 trap, almost trapping the knight, yes.
e3 is
very accurate, just guarding that square and then threatening to go a4.
And the advantage is +2.
Wow, that's a big advantage.
It's winning. There's a lot going on in every game. I don't know where
and
to
it
jump.
looks like they are heading that direction because Harika just captured the bishop on a8.
I can update you quickly on Nino's game against Tan because there's some very interesting sacrifices that happened. So in this position, instead of simply taking back on e5, Nino decided to immediately go with knight takes b7. It got 2 exclamation points, but it's not a winning move. Let's take a look. King b7, we take with the check. King c7, only move. Another check. You have to play king d6, only move. And here, Nino has a draw. She can play queen c5. But she can also continue her attack with rook c1. We're down a piece, but of course, she has compensation. And black still needs to find only moves. But I think Tan will find queen a7. Strong move, kind of forcing a queen trade. But let's continue. D takes e5. Now, if you take king e5, beautiful line follows. Rook e4 check. Easy to miss this check. King f6. Guess what? Not queen c3 check, rook takes e6.
I mean, how much material do you have to sacrifice?
I think we're already down a full rook, but it's not enough. And now when you go on the 7th rank, I have rook c7. And if you go king d7, I have queen takes d5, followed by mate in 3.
And king e5, then queen c3?
Here, king e5?
Yes.
Yes, queen c3. Your only move is d4. And where's the mate? I think there's many different ways. But we start with rook c5, king e6, queen c4, and it says it's +5. I think we're still winning that queen on the 7th rank in just a couple of moves. So after after queen a7 and take, black has to play king e7 only move. But I think that's more natural than going to e5 with your king. And here, white can get the material back. Bishop d7. Why aren't we taking on a7?
I don't know. We are taking.
We
are humans.
The engine's top 2 moves are h3 and e4.
I like e4 because you want to play, if the knight disappears, bishop b5 afterwards. So you are just...
But why aren't we taking right away? Because knight can actually leave.
Because he wants to play rook a8, swapping the rooks, I think. What, like rook
a7? Yeah, rook a8, and we can't keep the rook here?
No, then you...
Rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8. To play rook b8, you...
Yeah, I think from afar you're not calculating to play this and then not take on a7. But yeah, after e4, it's still about equal in this position. Very messy. endgame. And we have queen c5. Okay, so far Nino has repeated once. We'll see if she's going to take the draw
But
or
you know,
try for more.
in general, it's so unfortunate that Nino, she made in 5 moves 2 exclamation points once and twice exclamation point. And still, it's not enough for her to have a winning advantage.
Katerina, and I think that Alice is winning now. She managed to play e5. Let's check this game.
So in Nino, Batsiashvili and Tan Zhongyi probably going into a draw. Okay, and now let's see what Alice is doing.
And Alina is one of the 2 players who's undefeated so far.
Maybe this will be her first defeat because Alice is finding the best moves in the position.
And Humpy is under a lot of pressure today as well. So those 2 players are undefeated, but things are about to change. Alice just played knight f3.
We can have a 3-way tie again after this round.
What an intrigue. You know, it's like we don't even know who is going to win this event after the 7th round.
Players
such
who
a
are
strong move.
First and second right now are losing, both of them.
You know that the Korean screenwriters in their series, they're keeping everyone on the edge of their seats because they consider to be one of the best in ending an episode with a cliffhanger. I think that we are the greatest. Our players are the greatest, of course. So e5 is on the board. Alina cannot take on e5 because now that the knight left c5 and played knight e6, it's no longer protecting the bishop on d7. So what can you do here? You have to move your rook somewhere in order to protect the bishop.
But this is just a terrible position because if Black allows White to capture and then the queen capture, then that's an extra pawn, and these pawns are really strong. They're going to start going forward, but also it's about the files. I mean, you have to be careful about not getting checkmated on the back rank.
I thought about this line, Katerina. How about this line? Let's say rook h6.
Okay.
You take, I don't know, if okay, just to check something. Wanted to jump with the knight here.
I don't think I'm that worried about the jump. I don't see a checkmate there. I may even take the bishop.
So knight f3, bishop f3.
Takes.
Check and king f1. And this is it.
So safe because anytime this bishop just will block the check, and then it's White who's going to be checkmating on the back rank.
So will Alice Lee bounce back from her yesterday's loss? It's not easy, as we know, to find sleep after such a difficult game and a defeat, especially. She's playing very well today.
But I feel like Alice doesn't take losses too hard. Like, she is a young player. She knows this is part of the growth. You lose some games, you win some games. So far, she's doing really well in the tournament. I think she is just really focused that she needs to win to be back at the plus and fight for that Grandmaster norm. And here is where these players are in the standings. So Alina Kashlinskaya clear second, only half a point behind the leader Humpy Koneru. But Alice, if she manages to win, she's suddenly going to become the co-leader because it looks like Humpy Koneru is going to lose as well. So a lot of changes in the standing expected.
Alice Lee is only 15, so many tournaments, so many games are ahead of her. I wanted to use the phrase because you said that she is very calm, she thinks about her game like one at a time, but it's not another day at the office for her, it's a unique event. It's a chance for her to prove herself and also to score a Grandmaster now. So if she wins this game, she will need another plus, so another victory and a draw to score her first Grandmaster no. So
next month she's also playing the World Cup, so she is just fighting a lot of strong players, and her schedule is filled with playing very important tournaments.
But so does Carissa. If she wins today, she needs 1.5 out of 2 to score her first Grandmaster known. And if Alina Kashlinskaya loses today, she will need to score 2 out of 2. Yes, I think. So 2 out of 2. So she needs to win both games. So she's still thinking.
So maybe let's check in with the game of Nino, Batsiashvili and Tan Zhongyi if they are repeating. So Tan went king d6 and it's...
You remember we were looking at this line.
It looks like it may be the third time now. Yes, so Queen c5 and now Tan can write down the move, but she's making the move. So who is now going to claim the draw?
Yes, this computer line starting with rook c1 is not easy to find, especially that Nino has only 7 minutes on the board.
And it's a draw.
On the clock, yes.
So a game, the first draw of the event, Nino Batsiashvili against Tan Zhongyi.
So both players are having a difficult tournament here.
First and possibly only draw today.
So what?
But somewhat unfortunate draw for Nino, I feel, at the end when she found this really beautiful knight takes b7, but it was not enough.
By the way, I just glanced at Carissa's clock. 28 minutes left for her. She is still thinking, even though that Humpy is already in time trouble, only 16 minutes left for her, but Carissa has burned all her time, so maybe
I mean, for Carissa, if I see Carissa thinking in a position, I think it's very good. She has a lot of time on her clock, and she knows that sometimes when she plays too fast, you know, she makes these inaccuracies. I think even in this tournament, it was twice that she immediately played a move and it was a mistake. So she's taking time to make sure that she's going to find the best move, because probably she has the feeling that she is better in this position.
And so what about the simple move rook d2? You know, we tried all the lines. I'm not sure if queen d5 and h3 was precise. I thought, okay, let's just get away with it and put our rook on the dark square. So this queen is no longer attacking it in any variations, but with the same idea, bishop a7. Carissa
so
is still
are we
hesitating.
worried about some bishop f4? Probably not. Then this is going to be game over, right? You cannot take because I'm promoting, you move, I'm going to checkmate you here. So
because we haven't played king f7, it's a very unnatural move, like humanly almost impossible.
So rook d2, just simply moving away, not allowing the queen to be attacking the rook here, and waiting what black can do. If black continues, let's say, a move like h5, simply trying to go here and put more pressure on this knight. You go bishop e7,
yes,
a7?
I wanted to play bishop a7. But maybe here...
Okay, and we have a move. Wow, rook d4. Two question marks. Not a good move according to the engine. Actually giving up the advantage.
Nazi.
Wow, yes. Nazi, tell us more about this.
Breaking news.
This is shocking. I'm kind of speechless trying to figure out what just happened. What did Carissa miscalculate? Let's see if I can pull up my board. I'll show you the line.
But rook d2, was it a precise move in this position?
Yes, rook d2 or rook d3 was much better, but Carissa taking a huge risk. Let's see what she calculated and what she missed. Maybe she thinks bishop d4 is not a move, but it does work. After rook e8, black has knight f8. Unexpected. And here, you have to take on d4, otherwise white is completely lost. But guess what? I'm taking that bishop back. I have queen d1 check, and queen takes d4.
Okay, queen e6.
Right, king h8.
Queen f7.
Rook takes e8. Take back.
Yes.
Take. I'm sure she's calculated all this. Queen d5. Black has an extra pawn. Whoa, Humpy Koneru just responded with knight e7.
Wow, what's happening in this game?
Huge blunder. This is game over. All Carissa has to do is just take the knight. Bishop e7. Queen takes d4. Queen e6. And we know how this ends. There's checkmate if you take back. Rook d8, queen e8.
Whoa, two question marks.
I think
in
Humpy
2 moves
rushed.
in a row.
She rushed big time after knight e7. Now this is about to be over if Carissa takes the knight.
Wow, knight e7. What an unexpected move. She just bought the move rook d4. She was like, okay, I guess I cannot take it, so let's play something different.
But I think that she was facing so many problems in the opening. This was the variation she was not expecting. She found one of the most interesting continuations, but she didn't have enough of time, and then while you're struggling with one threat, another threat, third threat.
But what a bluff, this rook d4.
I think both of them missed knight f8.
I mean, they just missed the takes here, and this is, I mean, of course, you go here to f7. Yes, I will checkmate you queen d5, but knight f8 and everything is fine. Wow. This is crazy. So Carissa will join the lead for the first time in the tournament.
If she wins this game.
But she has a lot of time. She has 25 minutes to find that she can simply capture a free knight and attack a rook.
And it's +5. It's game over immediately.
I mean, there's just nothing. I just take this knight. You have to take the rook, and I'm going to take your rook. Like, this is... You don't even need any difficult calculation.
But you can still play king f8, no, in this line. Just a second. I want to continue. From a human point of view, once again, I want to check this line. So if here, I can play king f8.
But I can start.
I start with queen e6 check.
Ah, you start with queen e6 check.
Of course, not allow king
so
f8.
Here, check queen e6. Now I force you to go to h8.
And
now I capture the rook, and you cannot recapture this bishop because then there is queen d8.
So this is the move that Humpy missed in her calculations. You know, this intermediate check. Carissa is leaning towards a piece.
But like
Will
really,
she take on e7?
Wow.
She was about to. Her hand is ready to make the move.
She's talking to
And
herself.
she's done it.
She's done it. She captured the knight, and she's having a huge advantage. Bishop takes e7, and I mean, advantage. It's just winning.
After queen d4, she just has to give the check on e6, and it's handshake after that.
It's not very often that Humpy has to play such a game which is so complicated. It looks almost like a bullet game, you know, in a way that, you know, pieces are flying, and it's a very unbalanced position, and I think that's the nature of her mistake.
But I think this is like a glitch. Like, you just don't make a move like this. I'm so shocked to see this move on the board.
And she did it right away. Bishop d4. This is even easier, right? We take on d8.
I mean, we have also rook e4 as an option.
We'll stay with this game, but Alice is also completely winning.
Wow, so the two young Americans, they're
having a good day today.
Having a great day.
What a round. So
taking down both leaders.
So it means that we will have a three-way tie, but American superstars will join Humpy Koneru in the lead. 4.5 out of 7.
Queen c4 on the board, forcing the king to go to h8.
Now we take on d8.
Now you cannot recapture because, again, there's going to be a checkmate.
I'll
so
show you
you
a
probably
line.
have to take like this.
And
then let's go.
There you go. Maybe that's
very strong move. This is a defender that's guarding this square, so we want to distract the defender, even if it means losing a queen, because anytime the queen captures, that's a checkmate.
Humpy knows that this is coming.
Yes.
She is sitting quietly. She cannot betray herself, you know. She cannot show that this is it.
You know, and we talked about Carissa. Once she starts winning, she doesn't stop, and this is going to be her third win in a row.
Taking down 3 grandmasters in a row?
That's how you play for the win, for the title.
And so far, there has been only one American player, Anna Zatonskaya, who won the Cairns Cup. She won the Cairns Cup being the last seed.
We're talking about how
event.
Humpy had a chance to be the first player to win this event twice. I mean, she still has a chance, even if she loses today, of course, but this is a huge change in the standings.
But what a game.
And yes, Carissa is taking the rook. Now we are expecting queen captures d7, because you do have to be careful about this checkmate. You cannot capture the rook because this is a pin and the queen is going to take you. So you have to take. And yeah, then this strong move, queen captures bishop, and that's a handshake.
What a beautiful final position. I think this position will make headlines in every chess magazine if it happens on the board.
But you know, it's crazy that Carissa played this move, rook d4, 2 question marks, but she's going to get the win so quickly after this move. Where she to played, you know, rook d2, which was the best move, as I think the engine said, and we kind of figure out later that the queen is attacking the rook and let's just move it away, then it would take much more effort to convert this advantage to a win.
Carissa knows that she's going to win, and I saw some twinkle in her eye from afar. She spotted this idea, queen d7, queen d4.
She's actually keeping it together very well. I would be jumping out of excitement.
And very good preparation by Carissa. I like this idea of not going into some drawish lines in Berlin, but going for this queen takes b7. Like, that's ambitious.
It paid off today.
I promised fireworks before the beginning of the round, and
you delivered.
I have to praise Carissa's preparation today. Very important line, and she...
I'm sure her coach is happy to hear that.
Yes, coaches are the very important figure.
Okay, so a different move on the board, queen d1 check. Okay, this is slightly unexpected, so what's the idea? The idea is if I move my king...
You want to take the rook on e3.
The rook is going to be taken, but then I have 2 moves still, right? I can go here, I can capture here, I can go here.
Oh, queen e6 is nice.
Maybe queen e6 is the strongest, right? Immediately going there and targeting the bishop.
It's probably
after
too
queen
many
e6.
moves.
Can I make what can I make? H6?
None of that is
Queen
happening.
F1 is...
Queen f1.
Very nice.
It's even easier.
And a handshake. Yes. Wow, very important win for Carissa against the leader, Humpy Koneru. And Carissa is now becoming also the co-leader of the event.
Both players are leading with 4.5 points out of 7. Nazi told at the beginning of the broadcast that Carissa is on a roll.
This is her 3rd win in the row.
3rd win in a row, and keep counting.
And Thalia Cervantes is with a guest. Thalia, over to you.
Yes, and I am here with Nino Batsiashvili, who just finished her game in a draw. Nina, can you talk us through your thoughts throughout the game?
Yes, I was thinking I have better position because my structure is better, and she has now this black square bishop.
Yes. I was going to ask, actually, maybe I should have started with, were you surprised by the opening choice of Tan and how the opening developed and you managed to have a pleasant position out of the start?
Yes, I was surprised this h5 move, and I don't remember what was my line, so I decided to play this f4 ideas. And I don't know, maybe she makes some mistakes to take e5 immediately to allow me to get this kind of structure.
Yes, because after f takes e5, you managed to have a really beautiful pawn structure. We were just talking earlier about ideas even with the knight going to h3 at some points, but even later on in the game, you had a really nice position. It was difficult to break through later, right?
Yeah, somehow it's got more complicated. Knight h3, I never think about this. It's very strong because after castle, this bishop f5 coming, knight get f2, and also knight from f2 can go d3 and c5. But in some point here, I think after this, yeah, I should play rook f2 and rook f1 just slowly. But okay, what I did not want her to make some castle, so I decided to go this bishop b5 because now c6 is not good. I can just take, and it's 2 pawns. Because of a4, I play a4, yeah, to provoke a5. So this is not good. And she needs to decide king f8 or king d8, and king d8 was better move, of course. And here, maybe I make this queen c2 mistakes.
And in general, in the tournament, it feels like you're struggling a little bit. Did you want to have like a solid draw today and wait until the next day, or how are you feeling?
I don't want to make solid draw, but I just wanted to play, and I played some complicated game. But in some point, I was left in time. I spent a lot of time into choosing here some lines, and after I decided to make draw in this position.
Yes.
Because I can play, of course, a little bit, but it was getting more and more complicated, and Tan has much more time than me, and so I decided to.
And we have seen in your games already that you have these really great ideas. Unfortunately, today you were a little bit low on time. How are you feeling going into tomorrow? You're playing Humpy.
Okay, I will do my best what I can here.
Well, from what we just saw, she lost her game, so it might be a good opportunity to play her.
Yes, yesterday I also blundered in one move, so I cannot say anything.
Yeah, from chess player to chess player, we just know that it happens. So, but yes, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Thalia, and let's have a look at the results after an amazing win by Carissa against Humpy Koneru.
Yeah, against the leader, and now they are co-leaders, and Nino Batsiashvili draw against Tan Zhongyi, but this was not a boring draw. Nino had a big advantage in the opening, and then some sacrifices. It was a very fighting draw.
And even though the tournament is not going her way, it's always a very important moment in their career and learn something.
And let's go to the game of Alice Lee against Alina Kashlinskaya, because Alice is winning.
The only player who could surpass Humpy and Carissa is Alina, but she's now losing.
So that's the position on the board. Rook e5 was played by Alice. Queen g4. Okay, what about the knight on e6? Can Alice take it comfortable here?
But, well, the knight on f3 is hanging. So maybe I can do intermediate knight h2?
Knight h2 first, yes, it's a nice move. And then this is it, because the rook is protected. I think Alina missed this.
Because then I can trade the bishops and take a knight for free?
Yes, bishop c6 is also coming, and the knight on e6 is in the air, so you can
and
take
knight h2 is on the board. Yes, Alice is completely winning. Wow.
What a round.
What a round. The leader lost to Carissa, and now the second, who was Alina, she's going to lose to Alice.
And Alice Lee was leading yesterday. She suffered a defeat, and she's bouncing back with a win. So
she wants to be leader again.
So after queen c4, she can take on c6. Let's show it, yes. Bishop c6. Wait. No.
That's a question, because we also, there are some rook d8 options. So the question is, do I take it, or do I first take on e6?
Yes, just let's take on e6, because rook d8 is a threat, by the way.
So if I go rook e6, now there is no rook d8, because remember, now I can take, you take, and then I take another time, and that's a checkmate on the back rank.
And even in the previous line, let's say if we want to do something more complicated, rook d8, of course, is the threat. We can continue with bishop d7, but queen e6 or rook e6 is a clean line. Yes, we are winning the piece immediately. Alina is contemplating the board.
23 minutes on her clock, and she's just calculating, do I want to take this way? Do I want to take this way? Do I want to take this way? But probably, yeah, rook takes e6 looks the strongest.
You know, I said yesterday, even though Alice had that quick defeat, you could see she was absolutely disgusted by her game, how quickly she can bounce back.
Let's say that was just a bad day. Yes. You know, it is very important to recover from such games. And she is looking, as Yasser would say, cool as a cucumber. Ready to score another victory in this event and getting closer to her grandmaster known.
And this game is, it looks like it's going to a draw.
Harika blew a big advantage.
We will show it maybe later, but this, of course,
it looks like players are repeating. It's a rook endgame, 2 pawns against 2 pawns. And Bibisara is checking her score sheet, saying maybe this is the 3rd time repetition.
Harika will still be a half point behind the leaders, right?
Yeah. And here where Harika made a mistake, I think she took on d6, transposing to a drawn endgame, but she had to take on c5. And another draw in the 7th round of the Cairns Cup. It's our 2nd draw. And we have a very important decisive game between Carissa and Humpy Koneru.
Harika Dronavalli, she lost yesterday, so now she's coming back with a draw. And we are back in the Alice's game. Alice is still thinking what to do in this position, but those choices are all great. None of them are a mistake, right? All of them are winning. The question is how you want to play this. And if you just joined us recently, maybe you can briefly review this game, what happened here. So we had Bogo Indian opening with this bishop d2 and queen e7, and everything looked normal for all players until this kind of very strong move. I'm gonna get to it. Here rook e1, and now this really strong move e4. Maybe not that easy to see because there are some weaknesses in the position, but definitely the best choice for white to try to push in the center, especially when this rook is here. And things went wrong pretty quickly. Queen e5 is fine. Now moving away, so there is no pin. But now rook f8 is a big, rook f6. Rook f6 is a big mistake. Black should have played something like maybe bishop g4, because after rook f6, things are immediately bad. It started b4, captures, knight here, and the problem is gonna soon be shown here, and e5. Very strong move. Now, after this move, it's actually Alice who is winning, because there is this problem with this bishop who is undefended on d7. This pawn is ready to destroy this pawn on d6, and then everything is going to be trouble for black. And Alice, if she wins this game, she will join the pack and lead the tournament.
She takes on d6.
She decided to take with the queen. We should update the game.
Queen c2.
Here so she has to make rook f1, only move, of course, easy to play.
And on the board,
I think this is it. Alina also has 5 minutes, but time is not her problem in this game. She's just down a full piece.
Yeah, and just to mention once again that queen e5 was played. It was a very good move in this game, but queen is not a very good blocker, so the idea was actually to play queen h5, and I don't know why Alina missed this opportunity, because all her troubles started after that.
Yeah, I think she overlooked the knight f3 jump completely.
How many minutes?
So if I go here, rook e8 now, you probably just move the queen to d6, right?
So let's.
I mean, it's a piece for nothing, not even a pawn.
I think she won't resign until Alice's knight comes back to the game. And once she does that, knight g4 and knight e3 or something, then it's a full piece, of course. It'll be game over.
Yes, but you can also take on c6. You know, this. What else can you do here?
Okay, I have a question. Can we try to do something like rook a2? Just put more pressure on that. But the problem is I can just almost never capture this way, right? Because there's always going to be the problem on the back rank.
I will take on c6.
Yeah,
first.
no, I just don't see a way to continue for Alina.
And I wanted to defend indirectly the pawn on f2. I know, Katerina, that you love those moves.
I like very much these moves, yes.
And protecting everything here.
Just
okay,
getting rid of the defender
position.
and wanting to give checkmate on the back rank. No, this is great. This is great for Alice.
I'm sure Alina's thinking, what did I do wrong? Because out of the opening, she got a perfect position. She equalized easily, played that F4 move. She had a very nice position. Maybe she over-pushed even a little bit.
Well, but first she needed to equalize, then she wanted to get some play, but probably she got over-optimistic.
I think that's exactly what happened. She liked her position too much and missed out on any kind of danger in her position.
And only 3 minutes on the clock for Alina Kashlinskaya, while Alice has 21 minutes.
Only 3 minutes and a piece down, you know.
And Alice, when she wins, she's going to join the leaders. She was not leading the event only for one round, so she missed it and she wants to jump back.
Well, you missed that precious feeling.
Her friend Carissa helped her achieve that as well by taking down the sole leader of today's round.
I think that's going to be another ice cream for Carissa.
What I wanted to say, I want to have a bite of this ice cream.
So move made on the board, 8-6.
Yeah, I think now just let's start trading pieces. We're up a piece. Bishop c6.
Bishop c6 and knight g4.
Yeah.
What else can you hope for in this
I mean,
position?
you probably don't want to trade queens, right? So pawn takes.
But knight g4?
Now maybe knight g4, rook c5.
I want to take on h6.
Do you? Because there's queen h7.
It's not a threat yet.
No, not yet. But
not yet, yes.
If you move your queen, because she wants to play rook a2 probably, and Alice went for bishop c6.
Also move like rook c5, just trying to get another pawn.
Yeah, I think it's hard to find a bad move here for white. As long as you don't blunder a piece or checkmate on f2, white is completely winning. Maybe also queen g4 with rook e7 ideas. Looks good. And knight f3, knight h4. Yeah.
Just disjoining and going for this. Yeah, great. A lot of great options.
I'm sure Alice.
And by the way, while they're still playing, I wanted to tell you that I've checked the database. Of course, they had no games. This is their first encounter.
No blitz, no rapid.
No, nothing. And so this is a real clash of generations. So Alice Lee will win her first classical game against one of the best players in the world, Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina won the first leg of the Grand Prix series this year. She's one of the most dangerous players in this event, by the way, and defeated till now.
She also defeated 2 former world champions in this event, so she is having a fantastic event. And maybe the extra confidence worked against her today.
And rook c5 is on the board.
But so far, Alice has only 3.5 points. We are expecting her to have 4.5 points.
Good catch, Katerina.
And rook c5 on the board, yeah, that's a move I would play. Just go after this pawn. Ask black, where are you going with this queen? Are you going to go here? Queen d2.
You take on c6, I want to take on b4. Maybe after queen d2 you can play queen e4, queen c4, protect the pawn on b4.
Yeah, all of those moves look good. Queen b2 on the board. Queen e4 looks great, right? Let's centralize the queen, defend the pawn on b4, and threaten to bring knight to f3 and then go to g6.
So queen e4.
There's just no counterplay from black. Nothing. Maybe you activate the rook. Okay.
No, I think she will play rook b8, attacking the pawn on b4.
Okay, rook b8.
Queen g6. Okay.
I can even drop back, queen g6. I mean, it will take a few more moves to get this knight active, but eventually it will get active and the game will be completely winning.
So it was the bubblegum ice cream flavor. Nazi, you can reveal all the secrets to us.
Yeah, I think Thalia should ask when she interviews both of these players, what's their ritual after they win games? And they have to face each other in the last round, and who knows, they might be playing for the first place in the last round. Rook takes c6 on the board.
So Alice is capturing the pawns, simplifying the position, and probably now she's going to activate. No, you have to be actually careful if you...
Rook h6.
If she was going to now activate the knight, maybe that's a moment when I'm going to start to just attack the queen. So no risks.
Rook h6 is on there.
Now, this is a threat because here we have some pin.
Mm-hmm. And if you go king g8, probably just rook c7 or rook g6. And that's it.
Still targeting this. Mm-hmm.
3 minutes for Alina, but she knows this is game over. It's just sometimes hard to bring yourself to resign.
But this game was like equal, maybe slightly better for black, and then winning for white. Out of nowhere.
And the thing is, I know it's hard, well, spoiling the perfect tournament, but with this defeat, Alina will still stay within reach, you know, only half a point, but now behind 3 leaders of the tournament. So she will still have 4 points. There will be only a few more people on the top.
Does she still have to play the other 2 leaders, Carissa and Humpy? Because then everything could still be in her hands.
No, she played Humpy already. They drew, you know, in this very complicated line with opposite color bishops.
She's playing Nana and Harika.
I see.
Alina Kashlinskaya.
So she already played the leaders.
And Carissa will play Bibisara Assaubayeva with the black pieces. I'm expecting fireworks during this game as well, because Bibisara, she defeated Alice Lee yesterday.
Okay, ladies, I think we're going to see handshake now, because there is this move, rook d6, which is a really strong move, targeting this queen and trying to get the queen away from this diagonal so I can continue with this rook take h6.
Queen g5 is down.
Yeah, but if queen g5, you know that once we trade queens, okay, it's an extra knight. I don't think Alina will try to have Alice prove that she can activate the knight and just win with an extra piece.
What a day for American chess.
Yeah. Great round where Alice and Carissa are taking down the leaders of the event.
And once again, Jeannie Cairns-Sinkenfeld, she revealed that they've spent so much time and efforts, and there are wonderful initiatives in order to encourage women chess players to continue.
And we see a handshake after queen takes g7. Alice Lee winning a very important game against Alina Kashlinskaya and becoming a leader of the event.
Yeah, she joins the other 2 players, Carissa and Humpy Koneru.
So we have only 1 game left?
Yes, 1 game left.
And before we get there, Thalia is with Carissa. Thalia, over to you.
Thank you, guys. And I'm here with Carissa, who just won her 3rd game in a row. Carissa, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, this win, I think, is a very important one. Kind of back in the running to win the tournament. So it's kind of where I want to be.
I remember that on Friday before getting all the way here, you said, I have lots of moves and lots of feelings. Do you want to get through any of those right now after such an incredible result, not just today, but also yesterday?
Yeah, sure. Could start with the moves, I guess, because I'm a chess player. Yeah, so it was a very interesting game. I was sort of in prep up until bishop e5, and then I had to start thinking for myself. But I think the opening turned out quite well for me because I already had like a substantial time advantage. And definitely got a little bit messy there in the middle, but after knight e7, I just, you know, I think it was a blunder. She played so quickly. I just spent a bit of time calculating, and then, yeah, and then you just find the winning continuation from there.
And you just defeated the leader of the tournament, Humpy Koneru. We saw Alice just defeated Alina as well. She's kind of helping you out, and you're helping her out. Are you getting ice cream anytime soon again? Or?
We got ice cream a couple days ago. Could get ice cream again.
Just make it a tradition, you know,
Yeah,
every time you win.
It's already a tradition. But yes, Alice and I are facing off in the last round. So that'll be fun, and we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, just, you know, still two games to go.
Yes, and before that, you're playing Bibisara. So that's going to be, I'm sure that's going to be a game full of fireworks. How are you feeling for tomorrow?
Yeah, Bibisara is a strong player. Sure, I haven't played her in a few years. So I think it'll be a fun game at the very least. And yeah, we'll just kind of have to see how it goes.
All right, sounds good. Again, congratulations for your win today. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Thalia, and congratulations to Carissa. And let's take a look at her line score. She started with a loss, then a draw, but then she slowly picked up the pace and round 5 win, round 6 win, round 7 win. Let's see how that continues, if she keeps up the pace.
Katerina, no more draws for Carissa. She is the most uncompromising player in this event. And for me, it's a surprise she has this draw, you know, under her belt.
And this is how our day is going so far. Results from today's round. So Carissa won an important game against the leader, Humpy Koneru, and suddenly she is co-leading the event. Nino Batsiashvili drew against Tan Zhongyi. Alice Lee scored another super important win against Alina Kashlinskaya, which means Alice Lee also joined the co-leaders of the event. Harika Dronavalli drew with Bibisara Assaubayeva, and we have last game remaining. Mariya Muzychuk playing Nana Dzagnidze. So let's dive into that game. You see, it's very lonely for these ladies now in the playing hall.
So we have the position on your screen right now. 6 minutes left for both players, so we don't have time for anything, Katerina. We have to follow this game closely. I think that Queen E2 was just played by Mariya Muzychuk, and actually D4 is already on the board. It's a very good move.
Visually, it looks nice for white, right? We have this bishop that is really strong at this diagonal. We have active rook. These pawns are ready to be pushed, and white is creating another passer. Because once you take, I can take back, and I can run forward as well.
Katerina, but something went terribly wrong in this game because, as we remember, Nana was pressuring. She was much better out of the opening, and here I can see that Mariya is a healthy pawn up. Of course, I can understand that at the beginning Nana sacrificed a pawn for some initiative. Okay, let's...
Yeah, I can quickly catch up you guys and the audience where things went wrong, because Black Nana was completely winning, -2. If she just simply played knight g5 here, her position is absolutely crushing. As you can see, white king is weak on g1, e4 is hanging. All black pieces are better than white, and if you go bishop g2, just e4, and huge advantage for Nana. She missed it. She played queen a2, which is an active move, but a wrong one. Now after rook takes b7, all of a sudden he lost not just a pawn, but it was important for black not to trade pieces. If you're attacking, you want to keep all the pieces alive. After this trade, black's no longer better. But guess what? Followed up another bad move, rook b6, and now it could have been white who would be better if she played bishop f3 or rook a1 first, but Mariya played bishop g2, rook a6. Okay, she found this, and honestly, Mariya is still slightly better now. Such a big turnaround, and both players in time trouble with still 8 moves to go.
Wow, that is crazy. Can you put there the move queen a2 one more time? Do we think that she simply forgot that the rook can capture on b7, or what is the queen doing on a2?
Maybe she wanted queen e2.
But you always have rook
and
e1.
Simply missed that rook e1 exists.
Got it.
Because we keep seeing one-move blunders sometimes towards the end of the day when players get tired, so I think that's what happened.
Nazi, and just one last note at that position when she played, queen a2, rook b7. Could Blake take on b7 first?
That's what happened?
Yes, and then here play queen e2.
She could have done this,
b6,
and it would have been better than rook b6, but Mariya still has queen d2. So black's not winning the pawn back, but after queen g4, black has enough compensation to say it's an equal endgame still.
Because maybe the queen with the knight is going to be active. Wow, 7 moves left and 6 minutes each. Also space to make blunders, but more likely for Nana, because for Mariya Muzychuk, her king is pretty safe, and she's going to just start pushing the pawns.
Well, I think Nana wants to play rook e3 and still try to get to white's king. That's her only hope, right?
Which pawn do you want to push, Katerina, by the way? The d pawn, or do you want to play a4, b5?
That's a good question. The thing is, I'm not sure how much I want to push this pawn. I like it. Of course, we want to push in the center, but we are also then giving up this square for the knight. So I don't know if I want to do that. So, okay, let me start with this.
Maybe some prophylaxis moves first?
Oh, no. But before we get into it, Thalia is with the amazing Alice Lee. Thalia, over to you.
Yes, I am here with Alice Lee, who just won a really incredible game. Alice, can you tell us a little bit about how you were feeling throughout it?
Yeah, I felt like the opening, I mean, she played something I didn't really prepare, but I think I got her out of book quite quickly. So we were both like playing in unfamiliar territory. And then I thought it was quite balanced, but not really dry for a while. But then I started getting like this play with like b4 and e5 in the center. And I thought her position became quite hard, and eventually it just completely fell apart for her.
Yes, at first we thought that the position might have seemed a little bit more practical for her because of this idea of f5, f4, but all of a sudden it changed. How does it feel to get a win now after yesterday's game?
Yeah, yesterday's game was quite a game, yeah, but...
It happens.
Yeah, I think today, like, going into this game, I, like, really did want to win because, I mean, in order to get a norm, I sort of, like, have to win this game. Or like score +2 in the last 3. So yeah, I was kind of concerned because she is a very solid player, and I was like, it was hard for me to find any games that she lost in the database. But yeah, I think to win this game is very important for my tournament.
Yes, and not only for norms, but also for the lead of the tournament, because we just had Carissa defeating Humpy with the white pieces. I was asking her if you two were going to get ice cream for your joint win today. Do you have any plans?
We actually got ice cream together on the rest day. But yeah, I don't think I have any plans. I mean, I have to prepare for it tomorrow. And then the final game, we'll see what result is necessary.
How are you feeling about the next 2 games?
I mean, I think they'll both be quite tough because, of course, like everybody in this tournament is quite difficult to play against. But yeah, I'll do what I can.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here. Alice, congratulations again on your win. And back to you at the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thalia, for such a wonderful interview. Alice Lee is leading the event together with Carissa and Humpy Koneru. And here are the results of the round 7. Carissa won a very important game against Humpy Koneru. Nino Batsiashvili drew against the former world champion Tan Zhongyi. Alice Lee won with the white pieces against Alina Kashlinskaya. And Harika Dronavalli drew against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Only 1 game left, and it's Mariya Muzychuk facing Nana Dzagnidze. The players are still in the time trouble, Katerina. They have to reach the time control.
Under 5 minutes on the clock for both players. And with the last move, Nana is challenging Mariya. Where do you go with the queen? I'm trying to be active because I am pawn down, so I need to look for activity with my pieces.
The thing is, what if you go queen c7 here? Oh, she wants
so queen c6 on the board. Now white is targeting this pawn on f6.
Yes, but my question was, if I go queen c7, once again, of course, you're targeting, but could black take on a3? That's why I think Mariya went for queen c6, because she didn't want to allow this variation.
Well, I go bishop d5.
Oh, bishop d5, queen e8, yes. Oh, this was an interesting line.
I think once this queen is passive, and if you give a check, it's nothing too bad for white. I just move here, and this diagonal is pretty safe because of the bishop. So right now your queen is really, really passive.
Ah, so then maybe it wasn't possible. Maybe then black has to play something different.
Maybe rook e7.
Rook e7 here, yes. But okay, queen c6 is on the board, attacking the pawn on f6. Queen f6 is also a very important threat. Nana is shaking her head.
Maybe rook. I understand it. I mean, she had incredible advantage. This is like, it's going to be very hard for her to fall asleep today, I think, because once you know that you had this tremendous advantage and you let it go with one move, simply missing a pawn capture, that's tough.
Chess is tough, you know, one move and everything goes wrong. And she was playing very well, took her chances in the opening, and we all know how difficult it is with the black pieces. And Mariya is also not a very comfortable opponent for Nana. I had a look at their games, and so last game they drew in the World Grand Prix Series in Cyprus, but before that Mariya won a few games with the white pieces.
So what is Mariya now thinking? By the way, she has only 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and it's not that easy to find continuation because black is now threatening to capture this pawn and balance the material. So white may be thinking, okay, I give up this pawn and I start running with my pawn. But is it enough? Okay, let's say I run. What do you play, Almira?
Okay, if you allow me to play knight e5, maybe I can play knight e5.
Okay, queen c7.
Queen c7, king h6. I am going all in here. Can I do this?
Okay, so I go
D6.
Also going all in for a queen.
For the moment, can I do something like rook d3? Here, I'm keeping an eye on the d7 square. Maybe you can.
I know you want to kind of get the rook here to maybe target the bishop this way. I can give a check, but I don't know how helpful that is. I may be just helping you put the rook on the second rank.
There is an idea to activate all black's pieces. You should be always very careful. You should combine prophylactic moves with more active moves.
Yeah,
maybe d6
it's just,
was a
maybe
bit
it's
premature.
I don't. Maybe I can go queen c5 so I can retreat, but you go rook d2.
Yes.
No, this is not the way to go. Okay, we need to try something different. We can push a4.
a4. Yes, let's try a4 because black were threatening to take on a3.
Then rook d3 again. By the way, we have a move. So Mariya is going for queen c7, which is another move I actually also considered. Because now if you take, again, bishop d5,
okay,
and I'm going after that knight.
But now the pawn on f6 is no longer vulnerable, so I can continue with queen e8.
But I think I'm happy once your queen is this passive.
But you lost the pawn on a3.
That's true. If I continue.
b5. And I should... Ah, after rook a3, you can take on a7. Ah, that's an interesting idea. I should try something here. And what if I play rook?
My next move is going to be probably something...
You want to play bishop c6? I wanted to try rook d3 here.
Okay, rook d3. Okay, then I take.
And now check.
I go here.
Yes, king h1. No, that's not enough. No, I cannot take
Because again,
on.
now this is...
No, let me try something else. I understand that your pieces are very active here and you can always shelter your king on h1 or even on g2 and h3. No, we should not allow queen c7, bishop d5.
So queen c7 on the board. So you can play rook e7, forcing the queen to go away.
But then white keeps an extra pawn. So let's continue with a natural move, queen f4.
Now maybe knight h6, trying to activate that knight before via h6 and g4.
Can I play h3 here?
You certainly can. So I go back with my knight, but this time maybe to g8.
Oh,
so I can go to
okay.
f6 afterwards.
Ah, you want to play knight f6, knight h5. Yes.
Or e4.
But now that your knight is there, maybe I can push. Can I push this? g5?
Okay, this looks strong. Now I regret having this knight too far away.
By the way, Nana goes for the line we analyzed previously. She took on a3. She decided to suffer.
Wow, that looks like a gamble for me.
This is too risky.
Extremely risky, saying bishop d5.
So bishop d5.
I'm not worried because I will move my queen so passively on e8.
And
You know what the engine's best move here is?
For white?
Yeah.
Not b5.
King h1.
Almost. King f2.
Okay.
No.
No, king f2. King h1 I understand. You want to just not allow black to give you any checks in the future, but king f2 is just inviting the check on e3.
Yeah, king, queen e3, then I go to g2.
Wow, this being the strongest move on the board.
But then what if b5? Can we continue in Katerina's style?
So let's see if Mariya finds the best move. According to the engine.
There is no way, you know,
The
Katerina.
only way white has an advantage is king f2.
Really?
Yes.
By the way, 3 more moves before time control where both players will receive extra 30 minutes.
After king f2, it's +1. If you play anything else, it's
So
equal.
I go b5. What do you do?
Maybe king f6, Katerina, because we need to unpin this knight. Can we play?
No, king f6, I think you're going to be losing after this, and then
Queen
here.
d6 and, okay,
Actually,
the
after
rook is
b5,
hanging.
only move that draws, or keeps equality, I should say, is rook a4.
No, Katerina.
Rook a4.
Rook a4?
King f6 is losing to
How is
queen
it
c6
losing?
check.
Because after bishop f7, I have queen e3, queen e4.
So
It's a draw, I think. Let's
oh,
just check
because
it,
this
yes.
bishop is getting away from the diagonal. So bishop takes, and you want to give a check. You do not recapture the bishop.
I can't hide, yeah.
And
Yes,
I
you
can
can.
hide because after the... Wait, you go here?
Queen e4.
Oh, queen
This
e4.
queen
I thought
g4.
that you don't have rook a2. You know, remember there is a bishop here. But
No,
yeah,
no,
queen
queen
e4
e4.
and that's... Okay.
So this line doesn't work, but queen c6 is winning for some reasons.
Yes, because I connect my pawns. When you take, I take with the pawn, and this is completely winning.
Okay.
Okay, so I cannot unpin my
Mariya
knight.
down to 42 seconds. Whoa,
G4. Wow. I would never expect this move. I mean, I understand the point. She is trying to really activate that rook, and this pawn is annoying, blocking the rook. So she invites this capture, but wow.
This is an incredible move. It got a question mark, but Nana has only moved to defend this, otherwise she's lost, and it's not an obvious move at all.
Okay, let's think what to play here with black pieces.
I like this move.
Yeah, f5's hanging. You can open up f-file. How do you defend f7?
And with only 2 minutes on the clock, Nana has to find the only move.
Can I go
what
rook
is the only move?
a6 with the
Yes.
idea after you capture rook g6?
That's the only move, rook
Yes.
a6. Nice job. And Nana's found
She
it.
goes for rook
Wow.
a6.
With 2 minutes on the clock, she's finding the best move.
So what if I take on f5 now? Or first I need to take on f7,
You
take on
can
f5?
give a check. You can go queen e3. And if you go king h1, I go rook f6.
Wait, so if white takes, you give check?
Queen e3, rook h1.
And rook f6 simply. Because now your f-pawn is pinned. Can't take on g6. And if you take on a7, there's queen d3.
So Nazi, take it away.
All right, so this is the current position, and we're looking at g takes f5. Black here needs to play queen e3 check. King h1, we're hiding from all the checks, and now simply rook f6, defending f7 and pinning the pawn on f5, so you don't have f takes g6. You can pick up another pawn, but here black is okay just attacking your rook. Let's say queen d3. Ooh, wait, Mariya has made a move. She's taken queen f7. We're going to have a rook endgame. Queen takes f7. I'm guessing takes, g takes f. Yeah, she realized she didn't have an advantage in the other line, so she's going for this endgame, and we're expecting a draw. She's going to have an extra pawn, but they're not connected. White king is too far away, and it's going to be a draw.
Before we get into that endgame, Nazi, I have a question. I thought, to be completely honest with you, I thought I'm going to capture with this pawn so I can do rook g6. But you are not recapturing with this pawn.
Oh my God. And again, the winning move here is king f2.
Wow, this is the winning.
+3.
That's crazy. So you're just clearing that g1 square for the rook to go there.
Black doesn't even have any checks. My king's on
That's
f2.
true, because this bishop is guarding this.
Wow. Fantastic resource, king f2.
And the players just reached time control. Forty's move was accomplished, and they got an extra 30 minutes to think, to find the right way to make a draw, especially for black. Nana is pawn down.
So what is the cleanest way to play for a draw? Let's start with rook b6, just to attack this move.
Many ways to draw here.
Because now if you defend it, well, I'm going to attack the other one.
So maybe we take on g6 first?
So if you take first, okay, I'll take with the king.
Yeah, I think you can just do 3-move repetition, rook b1, rook d6, and go back and forth.
Because there's just no way you can... Like, so you put this, like...
Right.
Just nothing.
And if I go rook a1, you pick up both pawns while I only pick up one. I mean, instead of b5 here.
Right. If just here, yeah, black captures, white captures, black captures, and it's a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks like we are going to be heading quickly to an endgame to draw. I think we may see quickly the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to end.
I don't think they're gonna stall because you take. There's just really no other way to defend this pawn than rook b1, and then I'm gonna go there. That's it.
I think that Mariya is going to take a few minutes, to evaluate if she has some winning chances or not.
Yeah, maybe rook a1 right now.
Okay, so rook a1.
Rook takes b4, and
I can start by capturing here. I can capture here, but let's capture here. You take. I go forward.
Yeah.
I mean, if you defend, who is playing with fire now?
Yeah, we have to take on g6 first, but then still, we can't keep the d4 pawn alive for too long.
So then I'm gonna go here. You defend.
Maybe just king e6.
And just king e6.
Yeah.
You're gonna see repetition here, because you have to keep this rook defending. But once you go here, I go there. Go here.
It's the extra
and then
H
we
pawn.
just take, because this h pawn, that's just draw. Anytime my king gets here, that's draw.
How much time does Mariya have? 30 minutes?
Yes, we still have 1 hour on the clock for both players, and Nana just leaves the board, so maybe we have some time now.
Wow, what an eventful round.
I'm still recovering from all the decisive games we had. And yeah, I think obviously both players know here that it's a draw, but Mariya will think for a little bit.
Okay, Mariya's thinking. All right, so we will let Mariya think if she manages a way to try to complicate this position and maybe try for a win, but we don't really see that happening. But we will give her time and take a short break.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Cairns Cup. We have last game remaining. Mariya Muzychuk is playing Nana Dzagnidze, but it is likely very soon headed to a draw.
Yeah, they've made some moves. Let's update the audience. Since we left, the b4 pawn got traded for the a pawn and f for the g.
And now the black rook is attacking this pawn on d4, and we were having exact variation in our analysis. Now, if you go there with this rook to defend it, I'm just gonna start attacking this rook. And no matter where you go, I will be attacking you. And once you leave the file, I'll just capture this pawn. Even if we trade these pawns, this is just a draw. I will get my king here, and this h pawn is not enough to win this game. This is a draw.
Mariya gives check on e6.
Maybe she wants after king f5 to go rook d6. But you have king e4, you can still take that pawn. Or honestly, you don't even have to try to take that pawn. You can cut off white's king, right?
We can also just go king f7, right?
Yeah.
It's a little passive, but we don't have to.
It's enough to
try to be too active. We
Mhm.
want this king to be able here to attack the rook on there and there. And anytime you push the pawn, well, I'm going to go behind the pawn, and same story.
And drop the rook to d2 to cut white's king off as well, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's funny that, I mean, it's not funny. 10, 15 moves ago, Nana was completely winning, and now she's the one defending this chess.
That move, queen a2, just two question marks, dropping an important pawn, dropping advantage. Yeah, that's gonna hurt to only make a draw in this game.
Well, at least she's not losing, you know, it can always be worse.
That's true.
And it shows that when you're out of shape, you know, that even the world-class player like Nana Dzagnidze, you know, she can play a perfect game and then make a crucial mistake.
The players are really getting tired. I mean, we are making mistakes in the analysis. It's a long event, and this is the 7th round. Some players play for 5 hours. Harika had like 3 games lasting almost 6 hours. That's just extremely tiring.
And that's why every chess player is starting their day with an exercise at the gym. Katerina, I know that you start your day with a workout.
I do. I like to work out in the morning. What about you, Almira? Do you work out in the morning?
No, never in the morning. Never, but I was always working out while I was preparing the events during the hours of the games. Let's say I was always getting tired after the 3rd hour of the play, so I would start my workout around 5 or 6 in the evening in order to, first of all, to gain in endurance, but also for my heart to get accustomed to the change of the rate. It's very important. That's how mistakes are made, and that's how we know that chess is a sport. A lot of things have to be taken into account during the preparation, and physical preparation is one of the most important elements.
And Mariya now pushing the pawn, pawn d5. So we will get the rook behind the pawn.
Yeah, rook d4, d6. Do we go king e6? Or we can start with g5. Just to be greedy and not give that pawn away.
So remember, there are no draw offers allowed, so players have to play till the end or until 3-fold repetition. d6. We are expecting king e6.
But then she
or
will
maybe
play...
Nazi wants to play g5.
King e6, she will try and play g7, check.
Okay.
G6.
Okay. Once I get to f7, I'm very happy. It's all I need for happiness, get my king to f7.
You know, you could also play king e5 here to not allow d7 with a check.
And then recapture with the rook.
Yes.
Or you want just to push the
G5
pawn?
here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to keep that pawn alive. But maybe rook g6 here. King f5, rook g7.
King f6?
Yeah. And that will be a through.
Again, we're going to keep attacking the rook.
Rook h7, king g6, and repeat. Rook e7.
Okay, so let's see which way the players are going to go.
That's my moment to shine, yes, as usual.
So what's your guess, Almira? Which move are we going to see?
Oh, it's not easy because I think both players are very disappointed with the outcome of the game, because I think that once Mariya survived the opening stage, she was hoping to win this game. She was a pawn up, and as usual, this game is going to end in a draw. You can see it on Mariya's face. She is trying to understand where she missed, and maybe she had a winning opportunity. But here, after d6, I think Nino will simply play g5.
g5.
Yes, and that's it. Or rook d2. Rook d2. Let's try rook d2.
Okay, rook d2 was something Nazi was previously suggesting, just to cut out a king. Yeah.
So one of
if it was me, I would probably go king e6. I just don't like to just wait and play around. Okay, it's a draw. Let's just trade everything. And
yes, king e6, of course, and d7, even king.
Maybe g5. Maybe I like g5, just not giving up the pawn and then go king there.
I think you'll still lose that pawn in this variation, right?
Because you go some...
a5, yeah. Yeah, I think the only way to not give up that pawn is to start with king e5 and on d7 go g5. But
okay, king e6 on the board.
She went with Katerina's move, king e6.
Simplicity.
Yes.
d7 on the board.
Oh, now you can go king f7.
You think she's going to go there just to guard this pawn?
Or king f5 and rook a7, king e6 back.
King e7.
Because this rook is doing a great job just guarding the pawn.
Yes.
King f7, rook a7.
King e6 back.
So yeah.
And 3 more repetition. I think that's faster. Otherwise, you'll have to play down a pawn, right?
Thinking about discover attack, I go back.
No, e6 to threaten the pawn. Yeah.
Makes sense. e6 here, and then again, not capturing, but just defending this guy. Okay, king f5.
Yeah, she has the same idea. Now we're going to see the 3 move repetition, I'm guessing. Rook a7 and king e6. Yeah. Nana now is probably thinking, okay, so where did I miss a win earlier?
I think she's just still questioning, why did I play this queen a2 move? Like, how could I miss that this rook and this bishop just work together, rook takes b7? I think just coming back to that moment, you regret just one move of the game, because otherwise she played probably perfectly.
Yeah, she outplayed Mariya. And the winning move that she had was knight g5, which is a very natural looking move.
You just improved the knight. Yep, and it's going that direction. So now we have second time repetition. Is it? So here, first time, second time. Rook a7. And once Nana goes, okay, king e6, now Mariya can stop the clock, but it's usually black who, especially on the weaker side, is claiming the draw. So Mariya is letting Nana do that. And now it's clearly 4 times repetition. So Nana is going to write down move king e6 and pause the clock. Or make the move and ask Mariya to make the claim. And yes, the arbiter agrees, so this is a draw between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, this game could have ended differently, but what a save by Nana. First by Mariya.
First by Mariya, but then by Nana. I agree. Both players saved the game at one moment.
I think that Mariya was, if we can estimate, more lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Mariya was more lost. But we only had 2 decisive results, and it's 2 Americans that won. I mean, who could have predicted that 2 underdogs, youngest players in the tournament, would come in and take down the leaders, Humpy, Koneru, and Alina Kashlinskaya?
Extremely consequential game for the standings.
I
did not expect these 2 youngers to win.
Let's take a look at the standings.
So we have 3 players who are now tied for the first place. Humpy Koneru, who lost her game, and then Carissa and Alice Lee, the 2 Americans, are now in the pack leading the event. And then a 2-way tie for the 4th place. Harika Dronavalli and Alina Kashlinskaya, only half a point behind the leaders. And Thalia, final thoughts from you.
Thank you. And what a day this has been. There has been so much excitement. We see Carissa now getting into first place and also being joined by Alice Lee and Humpy Koneru. So the next 2 rounds are still decisive for the tournament. We also saw 3 draws, but with a lot of advantage for one side. We saw the game that just finished between Dzagnidze and Mariya Muzychuk, where Nana had a huge advantage from the opening. Similarly, the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Tan Zhongyi, where Nino had a huge advantage right from the start. Even in the game between Harika and Bibisara, Harika had a big advantage heading into the end game, but we just get to see how tough the competition is in this tournament. With this, I think it's going to be the really incredible next 2 rounds, seeing the top 3 players fight off for the win in the event. It's been a pleasure being here with you today, and can't wait to see you all next time.
Thank you, Thalia. And what are our expectations for tomorrow's round, Katerina?
So first we're going to take a look at predictions, although I'm not a big fan at looking at the predictions myself. But such a good day for you, not so good. For us, Nazi, actually for you, very good. And for Yasser and Darius, so only me, it's not great.
Alice jumped back into the lead, yes. Let's take a look at the pairings to see who they're playing tomorrow.
So pairings for round 8. Alice Lee against Harika Dronavalli. Harika will try to get back and win to join the leaders. Then Tan Zhongyi against Mariya Muzichuk. Humpy Koneru against Nino Batsiashvili. Alina Kashlinskaya, who suffered a loss today and she wants to win again. And tomorrow she's going to have Nana Dzagnidze. And this last match is going to be crazy, I believe, because Bibisara Assaubayeva, extremely aggressive player, Carissa, who is playing for the norm, for the Grandmaster norm. We have a lot in the store for tomorrow.
And thank you so much for watching us. See you tomorrow. You have no excuse. This is one of the most exciting events of the year. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
I agree with you, Almira. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.